And here we are. Hello, ladies, gentlemen, and everyone in between. How you doing? Yeah, this is the open chat back after a bit of an absence. Hope you all didn't miss us too much.
Of course I didn't.
Of course not. And with me, I have the one, the only, the brilliant, the beautiful Mage Grey Wolf. How you doing, sweetness?
Worn out. I've been pet sitting for my uncle for the past week.
Oh, fun.
Since Friday here.
Now,
Going over there twice a day, every day.
what does he have to say about you sitting on his pets?
I don't know, apparently do a pretty good job of it.
Okay. Sounds good to me. I can live with that.
Yeah, but they have a dog named Tiger.
Okay. Oh, man. Yeah, that's one of the few things. If I had the, what do you want to call it, the demeanor and maybe the space, etc., that I would need, and I had, I don't know, say a shepherd or a Doberman or something like that, I'd love to name it Heinrich or possibly Josef. And just going out for a little walk and wonder about the reactions when you say, Heinrich, heel.
Yeah, it's better than the my uncle did.
Uh-oh.
He had a black lab and he named it the N-word.
Oops.
And the dog got off of its leash and started running, and he starts running after it, going here and as it ran right past a bunch of black people.
Oh, yay. That must have been a good one. Jackson Heathen, hi, honey. Jackson says it's 103 degrees in northern Utah. Oh, my. His paws are sticking to the inside of his legs, and his cat refuses to go out on the back porch.
That's not too far from what we've been dealing with.
Oh, I don't know what it's like outside. I haven't been outside in a long time. Well, not since yesterday afternoon, anyway. And when I was coming home from the hospital, it wasn't all that bad. And let me look right now and see what we're dealing with, just for the heck of it. Go to, come on you, weather.com. Oh my, dozens unaccounted for after flooding sweeps Virginia.
Well, that's not good.
Come on. Says it's 83 degrees out there. I could deal with that. What do they think it's going to do tomorrow? Oh my. Okay. 8 a.m. tomorrow. 66 Fahrenheit and a 6% probability of precipitation. Not too bad.
Okay.
Oh, look, PJ's here. Hi, honey. Yay. Yeah, sorry about being out for all that time. I wasn't feeling too well, to tell you the absolute truth.
Well, clearly the stuff that you took is helping.
Hopefully, it seems to be. I took a cyclobenzaprine and a handful of acetaminophen, and maybe about half hour later the pain sort of went away, and I hope it stays away for a while, because if it does, that's something I might be able to suggest at those who write the papers. At least it's not an opioid.
Here's hoping. Definitely need to do something.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's finally got to the point where I'll just make the appointments at the pain clinic and deal with the co-payments as long as I can. And then when I don't have any more to pay the co-payments, then it's over. Basically. Jackson says my volume isn't too loud. Let's have a look at what's going on. Honey, would you move your arse? Let's see what we've got going over here. All right. I can turn the volume up a little bit. Okay, let's see. Oh, yeah, I see what you mean. Okay, let's try that. Let's see if that helps. And then if it helps, we can leave it here, and if it doesn't, then I can cry. Am I feeling any better today? Well, a little bit. Now I've taken almost all of the cyclobenzaprine they gave me back in April. Assholes gave me only 7 tablets.
Yeah, you don't need anything long term, do you?
No, of course not. Scheisse, I don't know. I think their predisposition is that anybody who comes in there complaining of pain is seeking drugs, and drugs is the last thing I'm seeking. What do you got? 88 degrees here in Arkansas at 6:09 p.m. 88. I would consider that not too bad.
I think I currently have 86, but that's also because I have a thunderstorm coming in.
Daju korostu. Yeah, we're supposed to be having a little bit of rain. Honey, what are you doing?
Hello?
We have this cat who's knocking everything over. Because she's a cat. Okay, Vutars. There we go again. Damn cat.
Okay, can't hear you on me here. And I seem to have an echo on the open chat.
Yeah,
There you are.
Damn cat did something. Because your volume went way up. And my mic got turned off. Hopefully you can...
Okay, I can hear you now.
You can hear clearly now. I am out there. Alright, we've got a line of precipitation extending from Youngstown.
Though I am echoey on the chat.
Say again?
I am echoey through YouTube.
Deste tapaiki. Yeah, let's... Because your volume went up significantly when the damn cat did whatever the damn cat did. I'm not sure what the damn cat did.
Cat did something.
I definitely have to get new wireless headset or do something about you and whoa, what the hell was that? Okay, let's see. Let's do that. Let's do this.
3-word chant.
It is the Ung Fu. It is the Ung Fu. It is the Ung Fu. It is the Ung and Fu. Okay, let's see if that Ung's the Fu any better than the Boo or the Goo.
Alright. Okay, that sounds a little bit better.
Okay, as long as that stays on, we will be alright. Dopóki cara kupenitie. Yeah, see if we can do that to down to moving to a little bit to making on the egg thing. See if that egg's on the flig. And then there's this cat. There's always this cat.
The cat.
Meow.
On the lap. There you go. There's Dr. Susie. This cat in the lap.
Oh my. Would you like some Ugg and Foo? Would you like it on a moo? Would you like it full of poo? Oh my. I don't know. Do I want another cup of coffee? I'd been without coffee for a couple of days, and I went through the caffeine withdrawal and the whole bit.
I've
Hey,
never experienced caffeine withdrawal, even when I've not gone without for a while.
you lucky piece of shit.
Then again, I also don't seem to experience hangovers.
Now there I got lucky, and no, I don't, or I don't know about now. I haven't done enough drinking to have a hangover in a long time. Oh, what have we got? Oh, but yeah, I hadn't had a. Kitty, how you doing? Hello.
Hey, we were just mentioning you about getting maybe send Diana that link to the headset you have, so she can look into getting a new one.
Oh,
She may have the same one I have. That is it a Logitech 600?
no, this one is Corsair and it's wireless. Like you can use it either wired or wireless. And the cool thing is if it dies, like if the battery's drained, you can plug it in and still use it. So it's great when I'm sitting here sewing if I want to listen to something or be part of a conversation. And then I can just plug it in if I need to. And it doesn't have to be plugged into the computer for it to work. You can literally have it plugged into a wall outlet to charge, which is pretty nice.
Moo. Yeah, my two machines over here don't do Bluetooth very well. Um, I have tried using a dongle and they just don't recognize it.
Yeah, this it doesn't connect via the Bluetooth. It has its own USB wireless. It's like how you have a wireless mouse or a wireless keyboard, you'll have the little USB you plug in and then it
Yeah,
connects through that wirelessly.
yeah, that's the
So
way my trackball works.
yeah, so it doesn't actually like when this headset's connected, it's not done through Bluetooth, at least not through the Bluetooth settings on my computer. It just automatically connects it via the little like it's a little USB stick about like yay big.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right, well, you send her the link. I'll send the link for the one I have and let her decide.
Yeah, my machine. What do I have over here? Sylvia, will you quit trying to make love to my pencil drawer?
I have to remember, I think Michael picked it up for me at Best Buy, so I don't know if I got it on Amazon or not, but I think I've got the box around here somewhere.
Yeah, when I.
Probably find it on Amazon.
There's the Og Fu here.
Yeah, I'm just trying to remember the exact model name.
Yeah, this little guy over here is what I got at Best Buy, and neither one of my desktops does very good and does very well at recognizing it. And
Well,
that's
well, in the side called message thing, that's the one I have. Go.
this Shikabehoto Bakendaya Garasotokotieste. Oh, you got on the egg thing. The egg is the thing over there with the egg thing. What am I talking about?
Yeah, if you have the box, you can probably just get the model number off of that.
Cheap at twice the price. Yeah, this one. I mean, the headphones still work, but the covers over the earpieces are shot to hell.
Yeah, I mean, this is not a cheap headset. I think we got it on sale. It was like around $100. It's the HS80, so Hotel Sierra 80 wireless headset from Corsair.
Somebody speaks NATO.
I actually was a cadet corps commander for my JROTC. Made it to cadet lieutenant colonel and was corps commander my final year in high school.
Okay, fine.
I was delayed entry for the Navy, and I was actually the liaison between the different recruiters, Army, Air Force, Navy, and Coast Guard, and Marine Corps. And my school. And when we had our tri school military ball, I planned that, which trying to actually connect and plan with two other schools, one which was an Air Force JROTC like ours was, and then the Army one who thought they were better. Um, I mean, well, I guess to be fair, the Air Force was originally the Army Air Corps. So we did technically, the Air Force did technically come from the Army, just like
Right.
the Marine Corps is the men's division of the Navy. But no. I was delayed entry for the Navy, and then my knee got jacked up and I had to have surgery, and that surgery is what triggered my degenerative condition, and I've been disabled since I was 19. So, fun times.
Chandodoyo Korostaya.
But, it's one of those things. You learn to live with it. I had to make a bunch of I hate talking to people on the phone. Like even people I know, it makes me anxious. And I had to call my doctor's office this morning because they had scheduled me for an appointment on not January, on July 1st, but then last minute nobody was in the office. So I drove an hour and a half to my doctor's office just for them to be like, oh, yeah, no, sorry, they canceled last minute. And they tried to call everybody, but I guess they missed you. So that was fun with gas prices as
Yeah.
they are. But they were like, that's fine. We'll call in your scripts. It's no big deal. So they called in all but one of my scripts, the one that I need the most. So I called them and they're like, oh, yeah, we'll take care of it. So they send it over to the pharmacy. And then the pharmacist is like, yeah, so we got the script in, but now your insurance wants a prior authorization, even though we just did the prior authorization like a month or two ago. So fun times.
Mm. Move, beef. What you got over here? Hi, new person. Oh my, I'm not too
But
sure about new person, but we'll see what happens.
I'm excited because my partner got me a new camera. Like, I don't know if you guys noticed, but this is like, it's the nicest camera I've ever fucking owned, but Prime Day sale. So I got
Wow.
it on sale and I'm so fucking excited. Like it looks so good compared to the crappy little webcam I was using before. And I think I might actually start doing like sewing videos, like just, watching me do sewing, like, or hangout streams where we're just shooting the shit while I work at the sewing machine. Or maybe I might start doing, Twitch streams. Like you can watch me get my ass cheeks clapped in Valorant.
Okay. Oh my. Hey, I got it. Um, embroider far right symbols on your kid, right?
Oof. Yeah, no. Like, honestly, if my child ended up growing up to be like that, I would feel like I had completely failed as a parent because I want him to grow up to be a compassionate and decent human being that thinks of his fellow man, so to speak, like a more collectivist type of like you live in a society, so you should try to leave the world a little bit better than it was when you entered it. And those are not ideals that are compatible with far right.
Oh boy, yeah. Or as they say in the old country, they say, sure is an old country.
And that's another thing. I plan on raising him without religion. Like I will teach him about religion from a cultural and historical perspective. These people believe this, those people believe that, but not endorsing any religion. And then if he
Yeah.
does choose one when he's older, I'll still love and support him. But, I'm kind of hoping that he ends up in the same boat as me of not buying into any of the nonsense. But we shall see. But if it's a choice he comes to as an adult, once his brain is fully formed and developed, then hey, Godspeed. Like I'm not going to argue, if he makes that decision. I don't like it when parents kind of push their religion on their kids cuz when when you're a kid, your parents are your whole world. And so what they say, it carries a lot of weight.
Yes, it
And
does.
even if you're not doing the whole Jesus camp level of indoctrination, just by endorsing one point of view over another, you have extra influence on that child. And I don't know, I just feel like it can stunt them and prevent them from becoming who they potentially could be if they didn't have, their their minds made up for them when they're young.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know. I consider myself lucky that I was not drawn in to the point where I could
Oh,
not escape. And there are some people who just can't. My sister being one of them. Um,
you just get them start to ask questions and expose it to
Yeah.
them. And do you have any questions? Kind of thing, maybe.
Mhm. Well, I mean, I was raised Catholic, and like my mom made the promise to the priest when she was married that she would, raise all her kids Catholic because every sperm is sacred, shit out as many kids as you can.
oh yeah.
Um, but uh, I have to say that I was fortunate in that even though we were raised Catholic, it was mostly Christmas and Easter. Like we'd still go to church, and I did first communion, and then I was forced into my confirmation. So to this day, the Catholic Church still considers me a member, even though I've been an atheist for over a decade, and I was a pagan before that. But like they were laid back Catholics, so we'd go to church a couple times a month, and Easter and Christmas, and that was it. Like it was not super dogmatic. And then when I was like 10 or 12, I actually read the Bible cover to cover, and I did not like what I saw. So I decided that I didn't want to be Christian. I didn't want to be Catholic. And my dad was actually super supportive. Like, I almost became a Buddhist because my neighbor was a Buddhist and, like, she taught me about it. And I thought it was really cool that it focused on your own shit. Like, it's like, don't worry about what they're doing over there. Like, their shit doesn't matter to you. Just focus on your own life and your own shit. And I liked that. I also discovered Wicca, and that's what I ended up going with. And I was a neo pagan Wiccan for many years. My dad bought me my first books on witchcraft because
Same here.
he like was totally supportive. He was like, "Hey, I dated a white witch when I was in the military. Like, I do you, your spiritual journey is entirely yours to decide." My mom was, "Oh, it's Satan worship. It's evil." And I'm like, "Ma, I don't even believe in the devil." And there was an argument for years. She forced me to get confirmed anyway, and we had a bad relationship after that for a long time. But then when I was like 18, she actually gave me a ring that it was a tritetra, and that was her way of saying, "All right, I get it. You don't actually like worship the devil. I'm supporting you. Here you go." And things got better after that. It also helps that I moved out then too, you know.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, that
It's
usually helps.
amazing how parental relationships improve when the kid moves out.
Yeah. Like my mom's the kind that like she'll poke, and then when something blows up, she'll be like, "Why are you blowing up? Like why drama?" And it's like, "Jesus Christ, mom." Like, I love my mom. She's my mom, but she can be difficult. Like, I'll be nice about it, but she can be very difficult.
Uh huh. Yeah, the thing about those two, they viewed Catholicism. My sister and I were both raised Catholic, by the way, as a club, and you had to be a member, otherwise you were shit. Um, Now the interesting thing is that my sister went full blown Pentecostal, and the shit those two would give me was, at least your sister has a religion, and it's like, fuck you. Um, I mean, I have my reasons for being atheist, and I find them very good reasons, so I'll stay with it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, um absolutely nobody should be forced into any kind of religion. And it's really fucked when people are judged for what they don't believe, because you can't force someone to believe. I can't, say you need to believe that this fabric is red. Like, it, you can't. Like, you can
There are
see with your own eyes.
5 lights.
Yeah, and so it just
Actually comes from 1984.
yeah, war is peace, freedom is slavery, and
Well, I know it comes from Star Trek: Next Generation with Picard, but they got it from 1984.
Okay. I didn't remember because it's been a very, 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 did I mention very long time since I read 1984.
I went on a dystopian kick for a while, and I read all of them: Brave New World, uh, The Giver, 1984, Animal Farm, um, Fahrenheit, 451. Like, I mean, some of them I had already read, but I went full dystopian.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, "Hey, if we're gonna go Brave New World, 1984, can we at least get like the Soma? Like, I mean, if things
Ah!
are gonna go to shit, can I at least like be doped up so I don't have to fucking care?"
There you go.
I mean, honestly, that was the best part, fucking your birth control on your belt and fucking drugs, like, and mindless entertainment,
Well, we got the
and
mindless
fast cars.
entertainment.
And fast cars, no speed limits, billboards a mile long so you can see them when you're going 300 miles an hour.
Sounds like Das Autobahn.
Mhm. Yeah, my partner actually spent a good chunk of his childhood in Germany. And that is not going to fit on there.
Oops.
My friend Cam, his son loves Sonic the Hedgehog, so I am going to be working on a hat for him and a lunchbox because, like, honestly, like I had said I was gonna make him some more masks out of this fabric after I made him a backpack that was requested, but I didn't have enough fabric, so I had to go to Joann's yesterday and get more. So I have more, and now I can get to work on it.
Yay!
Actually. And then Kitty said, "Let there be light."
And it burns.
Right? My fucking pasty vampire ass does not do light. Not my favorite thing. I
Well,
much prefer the dark.
well, if you watch my videos where you see my hand in the shot, that's about as tan as I get.
Yeah, it's funny. There was a picture, actually, pretty sure I have it on my phone, where my sister and I had gotten our nails done, and we got them in suicide awareness colors because it's the anniversary of our uncle's suicide. And my sister doesn't go into the sun a lot, but you can see the difference in skin color between the two of us. And she doesn't go out in the sun either, but I ended up with the snow white skin.
Okay then.
Well, I take more after my dad's side of the family. Like I look like my older half siblings, whereas my two younger sisters look more like my mom. Well, Allie looks just like my aunt. She like looks like she could be her kid or like a mini her. And then my other sister, she looks a lot like my mom's side of the family, like my grandfather, which, you know, that was more the Italian Native American side. Well, French, Italian, and Native American. And then on my dad's side, his mom and grandmother and aunt survived Nazi Germany, and they actually ended up in one of the internment camps. And like I got a stack of documents at the Holocaust Museum on them, even though they weren't Jewish, because it wasn't just Jews that ended up in, you know, the camps.
Right, right.
Um,
A lot of people don't know that.
and so they ended up there and survived and came to the US. They were German Lithuanian, and then on my dad's side, it was English going back to like the 1600s. It's actually funny. Tracing the name and the genealogy of the surnames, um, on my mom's side, where she got her maiden name, they left France in the mid 1600s and went to, it wasn't Canada yet, but the Quebec area, like back in the Arcadia days. And around the same time, my dad's family left England and came to the United States and settled up in Massachusetts. And my great, however many great grandfathers, was an artificer in the Revolutionary War. And so we dealt with like the cannons and shit. In that war, and then I think it was the 30s, 36th, 34th, 32nd, 30 something Massachusetts infantry that my more recent great grandfather in the Civil War fought in. I have a friend who, like, his dad does like he's got access to all these records and he'll do like genealogies for fun. So he actually helped me like trace it back, and it was really interesting to like see all the different information and how there's still a homestead out in Massachusetts that like used to belong to my family way 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 back.
Moo.
Like
Oh, yoy.
history fascinates me.
There goes the neighborhood. Stool says hi to Kitty's left bosom. Now are you happy, Stool?
Well, if you're gonna say hi to Helen, you gotta say hi to Betsy too.
Okay.
I didn't name them. They actually got named when I was in high school.
Okay.
One of my friends that I worked at the movie theater with decided to name my boobs, and I hadn't named them. I didn't really care, so I was like, "Yeah, fuck it, why not?" I always said that if I ever got my nipples pierced, I would get a jewelry with an H and one with a B. I still need to get that jewelry, but like I never got around to actually getting the custom nipple rings.
I don't know. I'd have a hard time doing that, but I don't know. Well, it took me until I was 47 to get my earlobes pierced.
I mean, technically, I got my nipples done twice because I did it when I was like 18, and then I let it close up, and then I got it redone when I was out in Vegas. It was a souvenir I took home from my trip to Vegas when I was like 22.
Tayo Kordostu.
I have no piercings. I have no tattoos.
I have several tattoos.
Got a few scars.
I got lots of scars.
Yeah, I've got a couple of those.
Scars on my knee from my knee surgery, scars on my arms from all kinds of injuries. Got a scar here on my forearm where my ex-husband stabbed me with a paring knife.
Oh, yay.
It's tiny though, so. Then I've got a scar on my forearm here that was from molten metal when I was hanging out with stupid people that were drinking in high school.
Whoa.
So the story behind that, I am sitting in a chair. I have a drink in this hand and my arm holding a cigarette hanging off the edge like this. I'm minding my business, chatting, watching two people do stupid stuff over there where they had tongs and they were holding a Mountain Dew can and then they had a cutting torch and were trying to cut it in half. The tongs didn't have any insulation on the handles, so
Oh, no.
eventually
Hmm.
the heat transferred and he dropped them like that and like a hunk of the metal flew across and landed on my arm and I'm just like, ah, fuck, and I dumped my drink on it and I had to pull out this little hunk of metal from my arm. I slapped some A&D ointment on it, wrapped it in a bandage and told nobody because I did not want to admit to hanging out with people doing stupid shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I mean, to be fair, they were also trying, there was still a little Mountain Dew in the bottom of the can, and they were trying to basically vaporize it to see if it would get them high. These were not the brightest bulbs in the box.
Oh, jeez.
Doesn't sound like it.
But 17-year-olds in a garage drinking alcohol and smoking weed, not necessarily the brightest combination of things to be doing when, you know, you've got fucking power tools and cutting torches in said garage.
Well, I don't know. I suppose I'd rather be doing that than smoking alcohol and drinking weed.
Yeah. Though for me, if I'm gonna consume marijuana, I would much rather consume it in edible form because like the smoke just really fucks up my lungs. Like I had asthma for years and it didn't, you know, get me to quit smoking, even though I, you know, got fucking hospitalized from asthma attacks. That couldn't get me to quit smoking. It wasn't until I switched to vaping that I was able to essentially stop using traditional cigarettes. and I have been vaping now for over 10 years, and I don't have asthma attacks anymore. Like, once I actually quit smoking, my asthma went away, which was really
Yeah,
nice.
Okay.
I'd probably go with either edibles or tinctures because getting anything in my lungs could be a problem since I would have really big problems with bronchial asthma as a kid. It kind of leaves me very susceptible to bronchitis.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay. Yeah, I don't want to sound like a purist or anything, but when I quit smoking, I decided I didn't want to vape. I didn't want to substitute one habit for another. And in
No,
fact, I'm
I
kind of happy I did it that way.
I get it. Like, I've cut down my nicotine consumption substantially. Like, when I first started, I was vaping 36 milligram per milliliter juice. And then now I'm down to about like three, like 2.5 to 3 milligrams per milliliter.
So,
Um,
so if you want your weed, you can always, when it's alcohol, you can always have it together.
yeah, well, I mean, the fucking Russians did devise a way to turn any liquid into a powder, and the first thing they did was make a vodka pill that will get you drunk.
Yeah, you got
So,
weed infused, marijuana infused spirits there.
Okay, then.
like, I'm gonna hop on my soapbox and have a little rant. Um, you got all these people that are bitching and moaning about how the fruity flavors in e-cigarettes are there to target children. Fuck you. I cannot vape anything that's tobacco flavored. I can only vape fruity stuff. And
Yeah, I call
they
bullshit on that as well.
they fucking go after that, but yet they don't bat an eyelash at churro flavored vodka or birthday cake flavored vodka. It's like, adults like fruity things too. If you're not going to complain about the vodka, why complain about this? Like, is it healthy? No. Is it safer than smoking regular cigarettes? Yes. Am I, potentially putting my health on the line? Yes. Is it my choice as a fucking adult? Fuck yes. Like, as somebody who is an adult, I should be able to imbibe whatever substances I desire because it is my body and nobody should be able to tell me what I can and cannot do with it. But
Yeah, I go for
regardless,
that.
regardless, I think it's stupid. I mean, what Jewel did, like, Jewel, fuck them. Like, they were deliberately trying to attract kids with their marketing and everything like that. I get that. Like, fuck Jewel, shut them down. I don't care. But don't make sweeping legislations that hurt other people, because I can't go back to smoking regular cigarettes. So if this gets to be almost impossible to find, then I am fucked.
Okay. Yeah, I had a problem with the vaping. There were a couple of people who kept giving me a hard time. And he said, "Well, try this vaping. You got to try it. You got to try it." And both times, one breathful, and it was rougher than any cigarette I had ever known, or even a pipe. It was, and I was smoking. I was inhaling the pipe smoke. Okay, it was, pure unadulterated on fire,
Mhm.
and the vape stuff was just too much for me. And I said, "Fuck this! I can't do it." Um,
So, a couple of things that it could be. One, if they were sub-ohming, it will hit a lot harder. Also, if the nicotine content is higher, it's going to hit a lot harder. But what it's most likely, the issue is the PG content was too high, because the main ingredients in the, e-juice is nicotine and propylene glycol and vegetable glycerin and flavorings. And the flavorings are usually suspended in PG and water soluble flavorings only. Nothing else is safe. Like, that's where you get people with like the popcorn lung. It's because they're vaping oils that you're not supposed to be vaping.
okay,
Um, but for me, I have a slight sensitivity to PG. Like, your juice could be 100% PG or 100% VG. Now, if it's in a tank, you really can't do 100% VG because it just doesn't there's, like, cotton in there in the coil, and it just won't wick properly. So, a lot of juices will be around the 50-50 mark. I can't vape 50-50 juices. It fucking makes me cough and fucking it's like a kick in the throat. This is about 80-20, so it's 80% VG, which is much smoother, it gives more, like, vapor and clouds, and it's got less of that throat hit. The PG and the nicotine, and then, like, whatever, level they're vaping at, will also matter, like, I vape at 66.6 watts. There are people that will vape at fucking 200, and that will also fuck your throat, if you're so if, like, the wattage is too high, if the PG level is too high, or if the nicotine is too high, all of those things will, like, make you feel like you got kicked in the throat. But once you find the right level for you, anybody can vape instead of smoking. It's just a question of a little bit of trial and error to find out if, it's a PG sensitivity where, you might not be able to if it's really bad, then you would have like, 90-10 or 95, 5 where the only PG you have is your flavorings. And then the rest is all VG and you would have to basically drip at that point where you're dripping directly on the coil, so you're always wetting it. You don't have to worry about it wicking, from a tank. But that's incredibly rare. Most people, even if you are a little sensitive to the PG, you can get by with an 80-20, and that will work in most tanks.
Hmm.
Okay, then I did not know this stuff.
Yeah, no, I went, like, full on, like, I actually joined an e-cigarette forum, years ago, and, like, that back when, we didn't have all the nice fancy shit that we have now, like, the kids today are spoiled with, all the options they have for their vaping, um, but honestly, I fucking had to deal with little clear plastic like, the first, tanks weren't even really tanks, they were called clearamizers, and it was just an atomizer with a clear plastic tube, almost like the outside of, like, a cheap pen cap, and, like, some of the juices, like, if it had cinnamon in it, it would eat through the plastic, and then when you had to fill, like, the cardomizers, which were like a metal tube that had a coil and cotton in there, you had to sit there and do it like a drop at a time, and it would take forever for it to wick, and you had to just keep, like, dripping into it until it was full. Um, Honestly, like, the technology has come a very long way in 10 years, and I am thankful for it. I love my tank. I mean, it's rainbow. And
Okay,
technically it
then.
lights up, but the little light at the bottom died, but depending on what color ring you put here at the bottom will change what color it lights up. So there's like a white, LED in the bottom that finally died, and then you can have green, you can have purple, red. I mean, the tank still works, it's just the light doesn't, so I still use it.
Oh, not good. Okay, I'm starting to feel it in the neck. We'll go as far as we can.
I thought, everybody's favorite now Vermonter was coming to join us.
She said, no, she had just started getting some of the stuff unpacked, and getting to the microphone was not going to be something she could do
Mm,
before the end of the show today. But she says Sunday is pretty close to 100%.
Hmm.
okay.
Oh, know who plays Huey's dad in The Boys?
Yes.
I think it's a really interesting choice that they picked him because that's Huey in the comics.
Yeah, no, like his dad looks just like him in the comics. It's crazy.
And they must have designed it in the character after the actor.
I mean, possibly. My son is just shouting out green eggs and ham. I love my offspring so much. He's so freaking adorable.
I've had eggs and ham. I've
If he
made.
would eat them, I would make them for him.
He
Oh
doesn't
man, I
eat
just
eggs.
can't get over how nice this camera looks. It's so fucking crisp.
So he doesn't like eggs.
Nope, he won't eat eggs. He won't eat meat either.
Hmm. Interesting.
Must be a lot of fun trying to feed him.
It is an absolute fucking nightmare. Like, it's one of the reasons that he's in occupational therapy and, you know, dealing with the insurance. And then the place he was having therapy, they lost their OT, so having to replace them. It's been a fucking hot mess. But and then his speech therapist that he had a really good rapport with left. And
Oh, that's always bad.
yeah, well, the thing is she was not originally planning to leave, but she was just gonna cut back. But finding childcare was kind of hard because she's got two small kids at home. So she's basically just taking some time off while she figures that out. But she was training somebody who was going to be joining in August, and Richard has a good rapport with her, so that's good.
Yeah.
And it did work out in a way because the therapist that he is seeing now in the interim actually has an autistic child that had feeding issues so bad that he needed a feeding tube. So she had to learn essentially feeding therapy, and so she's working on him with that and going to set a plan for that so that that can continue even after she stops seeing him in August when the new therapist starts. So it's still, you know, a blessing to have him be able to get food therapy in speech therapy, and then he'll be doing the food therapy in occupational therapy as well once that starts up again. He was
Will he eat beans
he used to, but not anymore.
like green beans or anything?
Nope.
Hmm.
He used to eat black beans and rice, but he refuses to eat it now. He will eat miso soup. He used to eat all of the miso soup, but now it'll just be the broth. He won't do the tofu or the seaweed anymore.
I was just thinking if might try growing like yard logging beans or bush beans or something in the garden and form.
Yeah, he'll eat fresh fruit and veggies, and he'll eat frozen fruit. But he won't eat anything that's been cooked other than French fries, miso soup, and corn on the cob.
Oh,
Those are the only cooked things he'll eat.
these things don't need to be cooked. I might
But I
I might
might
be
try
trying some
growing some
I might be
green
trying
beans.
s- I might be trying some yard long beans in my garden pretty soon here.
Yeah, I
Like
might try doing like green beans in the yard because I mean they're not that hard to grow.
yeah,
And
like I said, try yard long beans or some bush beans. That might do a little bit better in Florida.
okay, just like send me a DM to remind me because my memory is terrible.
Sure.
Thank you, love.
Tato po jakieś siekiera, to po banie.
Right,
My thoughts exactly, Di.
if I can find it, I'll send you a link to the where you can get them.
Perfect. Oh, I can't wait until November, December when I get my peach trees. I'm so fucking excited.
Yeah. Unfortunately, my mango has died.
Aw, that's depressing.
And it started putting on some new growth, and all of a sudden just wilted and gave up.
I mean, it has been stupid fucking hot
That could have been part of it.
and dry. Like, I mean,
Well,
we've been getting rain, but it just doesn't seem to be enough, you know?
I don't think it was the water. It was definitely getting enough water.
But it was like fucking 100 degrees today.
Yeah, well, I'm not giving up on that mango though.
Nope. Like, I plan on eventually getting a mango tree as well, so I'll have peach trees and mango trees, and then I can make peach mango salsa, and I'm so excited for it. I wonder if I could grow a pineapple in Florida.
Yes, you can.
Oh, then
Pineapples,
yeah.
pineapples, super easy in Florida.
Then I need to start growing some pineapple too.
I recommend like finding kind of a shady spot or like under a tree.
Okay.
You just take the top, stick it in the ground, and just keep the area moist
Okay.
for about a week or so, and it'll root.
Uh-oh.
Uh oh.
Now, my partner. I guess my son took Michael's keys. Oopsie. Oopsie.
Oop. Ah, crap. So I was gonna go give you a link to. They're out. They're out of stock right now. Let's pick something up. Pick another place.
But I do have some shady spots in the backyard. Like I could clear out some of that underbrush in that back corner there, and it'll be nice and shady.
Yeah, I was told well to stick them in full sun, but the ones I have in full sun are struggling. The ones I stuck in like a little shade spot, they love it. Or in a dappled light. I don't know.
Yeah, I will definitely have to try. And because I would think that they would do well considering we have almost a tropical climate, you know.
Yeah.
I mean subtropical, but still. It's hot and humid. Although I think I'm a little bit more north than you are, but not
yeah,
by
you're
that much.
yeah, you're in next zone the climate zone up from me. But it shouldn't matter.
But I'll try some in the sun and some in the shade, and we'll do a test and see. Uh, can't hurt to have a larger sample size.
Yeah, and there's a nice little trick that that you can use to get them the fruit if they're not fruiting. The chances are it'll take like maybe a couple of years for them to fruit
Hmm.
anyway, but there's a neat little trick to get them the fruit all at once that professional growers use. That's basically fermented apple.
Huh.
I imagine in banana would probably work as well. It's the
Yeah.
ethylene because it's the ethylene gas that triggers them to grow. They'll
Yeah.
fruit.
Right. You know, that actually has me wondering, like, or reminds me of a video that my partner used to work for the EPA, and he came across this video where it was essentially this experiment that they did in the rainforests of South America, where you had an area that it was basically barren, and the government had worked out a deal with one of the fruit companies to essentially allow them into like the national park to dump their orange rinds. And I think they took this oil out of them first beforehand and then put them there. And like a rival company got the public all whipped up into a frenzy to basically say, no, you can't do that because they had to pay a bunch of money to get rid of their stuff and they were basically being petty little bitches about it. And so they did actually succeed in turning like the public against the idea, but they had already dumped a bunch there, and so it was forgotten about. And then some researchers remembering about the thing went there 16 years later and were looking for the barren spot but couldn't find it because it was just overgrown. Like those orange peels had essentially given nutrients to the soil and allowed the rainforest to replenish itself in that area.
Yeah, there's been places like that I've seen. Oh, I essentially the message on Twitter.
Perfect.
It's that's actually a local grower I gave you a link to.
Awesome. I would love to support local when I can, you know?
Hmm.
Um, that's always good to support your local economy, small business, and
Yeah, he's definitely a small business.
I love that.
Ah!
Oh,
Just
take a breath.
stay put.
Just breathe through it. I know it's hard, but slow, steady breaths.
Looks like
Trust
this
me.
might not be working as well as I hoped it would.
I understand pain. It sucks ass, but
Well,
it's
looks like it lasted about an hour.
yeah. I have that problem too with like pain medications. They just wear off very quickly, which is unfortunate.
But you don't want to get a nice trellis for these if you go with these long long beans.
Okay. Luckily, there's a Home Depot or down the street and a Lowe's across the street, so I should be able to get a nice trellis, no problem.
The cattle panels usually work from Tractor Supplies.
Hmm. Like I got to give a little bit more support to his blackberry bushes because they're getting a little bit heavy in the middle. I got these, they're like cages. Well, technically they're not cages. Like you can either do them as a line or you can do them as like a cage for like tomatoes. And so I put a couple of them together to make like a little wall to allow the heavier parts of the plant to kind of rest on them. And it's doing pretty good.
Sounds like it would work.
So I could just get a couple more of those. Because like I said, you can either do them as like a square or you can do them in like a zigzag pattern or you can do them in a straight line. So, I'll just pick up a couple more of those because they're inexpensive and I like the versatility, you know. Because
Where,
if the
where,
plant dies, then I can use them for something else.
where'd you get them?
Lowe's. I got them at Lowe's.
Okay.
They were only a couple of bucks. And like I said, the ones that I got, they're red and it's got like 4 panels and you can either make them into a square and they'll hook in together to make a square, or you can do them in a straight line and hook a couple of them together to make a long line, and then you can just kind of like Z them, like accordion fold them. So like you can, you know, give
Yeah.
it more stability. Like instead of just being like a straight thin wall, it will stay up a little bit better. But I basically just made like a big U around his blackberry bushes to give the leaf the stems whatever a little bit more support. Sorry, I can't English today. It's been a long day. I had a very long drive going up for my son's therapy only to have it canceled last minute.
Yeah.
Um
It's been a pretty long day for me too.
so my brain is broken. Like right now I'm just working on something for Ollie, and I'll be making a cute little Sonic hat. I'm debating whether I want to make it Sonic on both sides or if I want to do like Sonic on one side and then like just a blue on the other, or like Sonic and Mario. I haven't decided yet.
Sonic and Tails. If you have anything with Tails.
Well, Tails is on here.
Okay.
Yeah. Knuckles, Tails, and Sonic.
Yeah, I see.
It's cute little fabric. I'm gonna make him a little lunchbox as well, and then some more masks. But I want to do the hat because the hats are fun and it's good practice working on my curves because sewing curves is kind of a bitch. But
Oh, hold on. Got something to take care of on the chat. We gotta get rid of.
yeah, do
Oh
that.
boy, what do we got?
Oh, okay. Message deleted. All right, good. Good job there.
Yeah, I'm not looking at the chat, so I
Oh, thanks,
missed it.
Jackson.
I missed it. But I should be giving you watch time. My bad. I wasn't even thinking. There we go. Oh, yeah. Stupid spammers.
Ceriste mi ropopatie che la patana.
I mean, honestly, it's kind of sad, you know? Like, get a life. Don't go to random small channels where you've got like a little community just trying to like hang out and have a good time together and peddle your idiotic scammy wares.
Oh my. Let me try get a little bit on the vertars. You know the vertars? Dat is de Uxajan en de Hydrajan. Oh, got it in here. Oh, get over here, you.
So I came across the strangest fucking thing on TikTok the other day. And
What,
it's
stools on
basically
TikTok now?
no, like, well, I don't know, maybe. But like that kind of strange I'm used to by now. Um this was it's Pearl TikTok. So you have these people basically like shucking these oysters to get pearls out of them. And so people will basically pay and like to have them open these pearls and then they get sent to the people. But the weird thing about it is like the pearls, they harvest them out of these freshwater oysters, dye them because like a pearl is not going to come out like peacock purple or like teal or any like it's going to come out like that off white, like you can get maybe cream and off white. Like there are a few like pearl colors in saltwater pearls that might be different naturally, but for the most part you're going to get like an off white color, like a mother of pearl color. But these are like bright ass colors, like Mardi Gras meets Pride Parade. And those aren't natural. So what they do is and they don't tell you this in the video, but they'll take the pearls out, they'll dye them, and then they'll shove them into essentially another dead oyster to then be opened in front of other people. And it's also like an MLM where it's contract work and you essentially send them money and then they send you like fucking oysters to essentially get these pearls out of on a stream. And so it's the weirdest fucking thing because it's like you're not only like doing some like scammy MLM stuff, because if anyone's watching and you've never had a job before, you don't pay your employer to start working. Like at most, you might be required to buy your own uniform for that job, but you don't pay them in order to work. Like
Yeah.
that is a scam. If you have to pay in order to do the job, it's a scam. But like the fact is that it's like they're killing two oysters for like every fucking thing because they'll take them out and then dye them and put them back into the dead ones to open them again. It's morbid and weird, but it's also really fascinating. Like it fucking, hits that like, ape brain where you're just like watching, the tools be used and like it's weird.
Oh my, I remember the piecework. You had to pay for the pieces. You would buy the unassembled components and then you would assemble them and then send them back. get a check such as it was for what you had done. I had never done any of that, but I know some people who did. Yeah, it wasn't worth it. Thought they had quit that stuff by now, but I guess not.
Yeah. But no, like, and a lot of people like fall for it. And like, I mean, some of them might make money at it, but mostly you make the money by recruiting other people to do the same thing.
Yeah,
That's why
and
it's a pyramid scheme, because all of the, if the only way to make money in the job is to recruit other people, that funnels all of the money to the top, and it's a pyramid scheme.
legitimate piecework, which I have done, is difficult enough. I certainly couldn't do enough to equal minimum wage.
But they prey on, people who are disabled or who, want to stay home with their kids or have to stay home with their kids because they might be special needs.
Yeah,
It's really scummy.
I was doing one of it was bagging newspaper inserts, and I just didn't have the coordination to do it the way some kids did.
Burn my tongue on this baked potato.
Oops.
Fun. I'll be having some reheated fried chicken later.
Oh, sounds tasty.
Yeah.
I'm going out for my mom's birthday dinner tomorrow, but the night after we're going to be having fried chicken sandwiches. Basically, think like, the Popeyes spicy fried chicken sandwich.
Yeah, okay. Been quite a
They're
while.
delicious.
Been a while since I've been to a Popeyes, and there are, I think, two or maybe three around here somewhere.
Another thing I'm going to be playing around with is this drink I want to make. You take hibiscus tea, strawberries, coconut milk, and maybe some margarita mix thing with for cherry and pomegranate. Might throw in
That
a little
sounds
bit of that.
delicious. I love hibiscus tea so much.
I'm just gonna just blend it up in my magic bullet to get it nice and all pureed almost in there.
Yeah. Like if you don't go with the strawberry and the other stuff, like peach and hibiscus tea is a really winning combination.
Yeah, I really like hibiscus tea. It's I inadvertently found out that it's really good for a sore throat.
Oh, well.
Yeah, I had a cold, and I just wanted something hot on my throat, you know. And I had the hibiscus tea. I haven't tried it yet, so I figured, oh, I'll just try this, and it actually worked just as good as the cough drop.
I'm thinking of trying a new drink. You basically put a cat in a blender and then add some vodka.
The little fun thing is the hibiscus tea. The plant actually grows here in Florida. I have some growing in my garden. I need to grow more of that.
Okay, then. Well, you settle down, little one. I don't know if you guys in Lavender Ladyland can see the cat arse that occasionally works its way up into the screen. There we go.
Not quite.
Damn cat. I love the kitty. I love the kitty. I love the kitty.
Keep telling yourself that.
That's what she said, especially
Yeah.
if she was a lesbian.
Derroto por la Destiny.
Hey, I win.
Yes.
I made you laugh. I made you laugh twice
There
this
you
stream.
go. There you go. Yeah, Jackson sees a friendly kitty.
All right, I sent you another link to a second grower that has yard long beans on Twitter there, so you can take your pick.
Perfect. Thank you. I don't know. I think it's my inner germaphobe. Like, I can't eat the skin of a baked potato, but I can eat like baked potato skins. Like, it's weird. Like, you go out and you get potato skins at like a bowling alley or a restaurant or something. I can eat that, but I can't fucking bring myself to eat the skin of a baked potato.
Well, I like the skin of the baked potato. My favorite part.
Although it is good when it's really salty, like when you put salt on the outside before like baking it.
Oh yeah, okay.
I put it, olive oil and garlic powder on the outside.
I I'll have to do like a stream come Thanksgiving when I make Thanksgiving dinner of like how I do my turkey because I brine my turkey
Oh
um
yeah. Hmm.
and then I I'll let it soak, for 24 hours in the brine and then I'll take it out um the you know s- the night before. I'll take it out of the brine and essentially set it uncovered in the fridge so that the very outside of it actually dries off a bit. And then I'll take like paper towels and pat down the skin to get the skin as dry as I can. And then I will rub it with a little bit of peanut oil. Or if someone I know is coming over and they have a peanut allergy, I'll use like a different oil. But peanut oil and then sprinkle it with coarse salt. It is so good because the juiciness stays in the meat, but
Yes.
then the skin, like, you can crack the skin, and so you get that super crispy skin and super juicy meat, and it is hands down my favorite way to make turkey.
Sounds good.
And it's
Yeah,
way
that's.
safer than deep frying because you can get the same results from deep frying your turkey, but you can also burn your house down.
Yeah, I've read some stories on that one.
I make the sweet potato casserole. And it's almost more of a dessert the way I do it. You just take four large red sweet potatoes, you cook them, mash them down, add a cup of dark brown sugar, a cup of ground up uh, pecans, and you just mix that all in, and then you top it with large marshmallows. And you have to cook it until the marshmallows are golden brown in the oven.
So mine varies slightly. I don't put pecans in it, and I'll use a mixture of brown sugar, but I'll also do cinnamon, clove, and nutmeg. Um,
I've tried adding a little bit of nutmeg to it, and people complained.
See, like for me, it's essentially I make my sweet potato apple pie because I have a similar thing. Like when I make my apple pies, I do cinnamon, nutmeg, and clove. And ginger. Sorry, I forgot the ginger. So I'll put those 4 spices in there, and then I'll do the marshmallows on top because you have to have marshmallows on top of sweet potato casserole.
Of course. The reason why I came up with this was my aunt would actually use the ground up pecans or crushed pecans actually as a top instead of marshmallow.
Oh, okay.
And
No, I mean I can see how it would be good.
yeah, she do the brown sugar and the stuff on top of on the sweet, these like just plain sweet potatoes. And I remember mixing it in. It was good when I was mixed it in. I go, okay, so I'll just mix it in. I like the marshmallow, so I'll do that as a top instead. And that's what I came up with.
Yeah, no, that definitely sounds like a plan. But like I said, I'm so excited. Honestly, like this new camera, I'm super fucking happy with it, and it's the
Hey,
nicest
cat,
camera I've ever
shut up.
owned.
I don't know
Somebody's
about.
cranky or horny.
Yeah, more the
Or both.
latter. I know I've got to get her to the vet eventually. As soon as I stop going to the vet.
Yeah, no, I had my stint as a crazy cat lady at one point. So I definitely know that sound. That is the let me out. I need a corkscrew fucking penis in me. Like, oof. I feel bad for female cats, man.
There are
Barbed penises.
there are times I want to get her knocked up to just shut her up, but
Yeah, but then you gotta find homes for the
yeah,
cats,
that's
and
the
that's
hard
just a
part.
fucking headache.
Yep.
I mean, that was the hardest part for me was finding homes for them.
Oh my, because nobody wants ground cat burgers.
Mm-mm.
Well, let's see. We can look in some Asian markets. I'm sure there's some.
Yeah.
But
You damn cat.
so, are you doing any better, Di? Like, I know
I'm
you were
still on
having a
the
rough.
I'm still on the razor's edge. It looks like the combination drug therapy is not doing as well as I was hoping it would.
Mm,
I'm not cracking the oxycodone because it's not that bad yet.
right.
Yeah, save that as dire emergency stuff.
Yeah. I mean,
I
those
know.
assholes only gave me 2 of them.
Well, I mean, honestly, it's really shitty, but it's because of the people that fucking don't need it and just go and take them. Like, that's why they will only give you a very small amount if you do end up going into a doctor or the hospital. And it sucks because there are people with chronic pain that medications are the only thing that give them relief. And it is a fucking nightmare trying to get said medications because people will go to different doctors and they'll fucking doctor shop and essentially just get them to get high. And like I have oxys for breakthrough pain and I get 30 of them a month, basically one a day. And I take them half at a time. Like I will split them in half and when the pain gets really bad, I'll take a half and it'll give me up to 2 doses in a day to kind of ease things. And I mean, I've been dealing with this for almost 20 years now. And medications are the only thing that allow me to function like somewhat normal human being. Um, but you've got all these people that, they they were prescribed fucking oxys because they fucking pulled their back, at work or something, and they were sent home with a script of like 90 oxys, 20 years ago. And then you have the issue now where people are addicted to it. They fucking turn to heroin because it's cheaper and easier to get than prescription pain medications. And it's the people that need it to function because they're in chronic pain that suffer because of the junkies and the
Uh,
doctors who overprescribed.
yeah, and I've thought of trying to get heroin. The problem with that is, with my failed kidneys, I can't clear the metabolites, and they become toxic very quickly.
What about marijuana?
I don't know. I'd have to check and ask about that stuff. Whether it would knock me off, ow, potential kidney list or not, I don't know. And at this point, I don't know if they'll even let me have a kidney. I mean, I'm running into so much pain problem that they just might say, fuck you. Um,
But I mean, I don't know if medical marijuana is legal in your state.
yes, it is.
Then,
Recreational is not, medical is.
Well, you should easily qualify for medical with the amount of pain that you're in. So if you can get the medical, and then just go to the dispensary, get edibles. So, just have some gummies and it kicks in kind of like taking a painkiller and it helps a lot. At least like it helps me with nerve pain. Granted, even though they have legal medical marijuana in my state, I don't use it just because one, my pain management doctor doesn't like it. Um, and two, it's not legal nationwide yet. So because I have a kid, I won't risk it. Like I'm not slamming anybody who needs it and does, risk it. I'm not saying you're a bad parent if you use marijuana. It's just while it's highly unlikely that, the state would come for me for using medical marijuana, I cannot take that risk. Like,
Right,
because
right.
I am neurotic about it. Like, my child is my everything.
I I don't really go for the medical stuff because just expense. It's all out
Well,
of pocket.
there's the one thing that would get me. Yeah, as you say, it's all out of pocket, and
I'm
without the
sure the
food stamps,
community
I
can
can't afford
fucking
to
chip
eat as it
in.
is.
No, like I guarantee you people in the community would chip in to help, even if it's something just enough to take the edge off. I guarantee that the people here would step up to help because none of us want to see you in pain die.
And all this talk just reminded me I had to take the CBD oil I have.
CBD is something also potentially kratom. It's a plant leaf, and it has really good pain relieving properties, at least for me. Like I try to reach for the kratom before I reach for my breakthrough meds. When it's really bad, the kratom, doesn't help as much. But you know, when I'm just having a regular day where I'm in, normal or above average levels of pain, the kratom will knock it right out and I'll be good. But like when I'm really fucking crippled up and it's really, really bad, then it doesn't help as much, but it's still something.
Yeah, the CBD doesn't seem to work by itself. That's not entirely. I usually I take the combination of the sodium and the CBD oil together, and that seems to really get rid of it. At least makes it bearable.
Yeah, I mean, that's the worst part, being in pain because it affects your ability to eat, your ability to sleep, your ability to function or think
Yeah.
or
Yeah,
like live or exist, because that's when the intrusive thoughts get really bad. Like the worse the pain gets, the more intrusive those thoughts become. And, you know, well, it's impossible to be completely pain free for someone like me. I can at least get my pain to a level where I'm still limited and there's a lot I'm not able to do, but I'm not like curled up in a ball wishing for death either.
yeah, yeah. I get a lot of fatigue with. I get. I'd say it was a chronic fatigue by at this point where it comes on.
Okay, well, you need some pants on if you're going to be coming over here. Nope. I mean, he's covered, like, but he is running around in his underwear, and I'm not going to have him step in front of the camera in his underwear.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to wear some clothes. There we go. Well, he's wearing a shirt and his underwear. So, like I said, he's fully covered. It's just I'm extra. All right, just be careful around the iron, okay? Okay, take 3 if you want. You want to wave to the camera and say hi to Mage and Diana? Okay, just a sec. You're drawing something. Art takes
Okay.
precedence over saying hello, I guess.
Uh-huh.
Very well.
Honestly, I've got his pictures like all over the wall here. I just Whenever he does his little artwork, I'll just tape the pictures up on the wall next to where I'm working.
No, maybe
Because,
he'll be kind enough to show us what he's working on there.
yeah, maybe. I told him we need to start filming him building his Lego sets so that Purple can watch, because she was saying how much she loves watching, Lego sets be put together, and he gets Lego sets all the time. Like, my family absolutely spoils him with Legos. He gets like a Lego set every week.
He's quite good at it.
Oh, he's phenomenal at it. Like, he just is so good at it, and it is such a passion for him. Like, I foresee him maybe becoming like one of the artistic Lego builders where, you come up with your own designs in the future.
Okay then.
I could see him doing that. And I will support him 1,000%, because kids should be allowed to express themselves and find their passions. Like, I have a passion for sewing, and like, he said he wants to learn how, but I don't think he's quite ready yet. He doesn't have the patience, and I don't trust him not to just make a hot mess with the scissors or like accidentally sew his fingers. So I'm gonna wait a little bit, but once like he gets a little bit more with like um a little bit more like mature, then I have my old sewing machine. It can't sew super thick layers, but that's fine. Like, it can sew things like tablecloths and curtains and pillowcases and plushies, and so I can teach him how to sew all of those things, and I can set him up with his own sewing machine, give him his own stash of fabric, and just, tell him have fun.
Yeah.
Fuck, I'm dumb. I forgot I need to cut out 4 of these, not 2.
Oops.
Yep. Oops, all berries.
I like that cereal.
I am not a fan of Captain Crunch, but my
Yeah,
partner Michael loves Captain Crunch.
yeah, I'm not really a big fan of the regular Captain Crunch, but the Oops All Berries is pretty much the only one I like.
Like, I remember there was a woman that she tried to sue because, like, she realized, that the fucking berries in Captain Crunch weren't real berries. It's like, bitch, please. Like,
How?
you just crawled out the shallow end of the gene pool. Like, no. Like, get your smooth brain out of here. It's like the woman who tried to sue Winnebago because she put the cruise control on and got up to go in the back and make herself a sandwich and
Oh god.
fucking crashed the Winnebago
Yep.
because, she thought that cruise control meant autopilot.
I've heard a few of those stories over the years. Yeah.
Or there was one chick that she sued a place for cosmetic dental expenses because she didn't want to pay the cover for the club, and so she tried to climb in the window of the bathroom of the club and face planted and knocked out her front teeth. And then there was another one. A girl wanted to sue a restaurant for her slipping on a drink and like hurting herself, but she had just dumped said drink on her boyfriend's head. And then another one that there were a couple of kids running around a furniture store, and someone fucking like tripped over one of the kids. However, it was their own kid that they tripped over. And they tried to sue. And like things like that, it just makes me roll my eyes. Now, like the McDonald's hot coffee case, she absolutely had the right to sue. I saw her burns and like the skin grafting that was required. It wasn't just oh, I want to sue for millions of dollars, because people make a mockery of that case nowadays and originally all she wanted was her medical expenses because she had to have skin grafts and like it ate through her skin.
Yeah,
And
that is legitimately too hot.
they had been warned repeatedly but did nothing about it. And truly, all she said was, "Look, I just need my medical expenses and my daughter's wages because she had to take care of me, while I healed from this." And that was it. It was like, I don't know, $50,000 or something like that. It was a relatively small amount of money, especially for fucking McDonald's. But they laughed at her and they're like, "No, fuck you." So they went to court and the jury saw the photos and they're the ones that, awarded such a huge amount punitively because McDonald's knew better, had other people get burned before as well. And um they just they deserved it, and it was literally the amount that they had to pay her was less than they make in a single day of revenue. So it's a pittance to them. And it was the principle, it's like, "Hey, I just want my medical expenses." She was not unreasonable, but she had been vilified and she's died now. She's passed away. But she was
Oh,
vilified in the media and you have all this like frivolous lawsuit and it wasn't frivolous. Like, I will, to my dying day, defend Stella Liebeck and the McDonald's coffee case because, like, she was not unreasonable in what she asked for, and the jury awarded her punitive damages because McDonald's were the villains in that story. And then there was another one that it essentially made the news where it was like the world's worst aunt because it's like, oh, the aunt is suing her nephew for breaking her arm. But what they didn't tell you about that story, she didn't want to do that, but because her insurance wouldn't cover her treatment for her broken arm because her nephew like jumped up at her and knocked her over and she fell and broke her arm. The only way to get her medicals bills covered was to actually bring a suit against the boy and the homeowner's insurance because it happened on the property. And you had people like Fox News blasting her as the world's worst aunt. It's like she didn't want to sue her nephew. It's not like, "Oh, fuck you, I'm going to steal all your money." It was just because she needed her medical bills paid, but she was vilified anyway. And it's because we have a broken fucking healthcare system in this country.
Yeah, I'll give you that one definitely. And this is why, by the way, people, you want to make me autocrat of the United States. Okay,
I would be a
I fix that
benevolent
problem.
dictator.
Yeah, I would fix that and other problems in a big hurry.
I would legalize marijuana recreationally, like day one, if I was president. I would remove it from Schedule 1 and decriminalize it. And then I would push and bully pulpit my way into getting legislation to essentially treat it the same way we do alcohol and tobacco. 21 and up, have at, do you. I would also, do things to actually stop the war on drugs because that disproportionately affects communities of color. And prohibition doesn't actually stop people from doing things. So I would take a more decriminalize, approach. And my ideal would be legalize, tax, and regulate where obviously some drugs I would say no, like crocodile or, the like things that could literally instantly kill you. Like fentanyl I wouldn't allow to be like easily accessed either. But, you know, some prescription drugs and things like marijuana, cocaine, ecstasy, I would essentially make regulations so that whatever the dosage is, that that's what it is and that it's clean, that it doesn't have anything added to it. So, to make the drugs safer because you're not going to stop people using them, but you can have rehab programs for people that need it, that are addicted. And if you decriminalize, tax regulate these things, then less people will die and it will cut the knees out of the black market, because if somebody can go to a 7-Eleven to pick up a hit of ecstasy, then why would they go to the drug dealer down the street where you don't know what you're getting is actually clean?
Another thing about that is if you have some for the harder stuff, you can have of essentially doubling rehab centers. So you have professionals there to watch the person
Hmm.
in case of overdoses or anything.
Safe injection sites, basically.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
And like for opiates, I would allow people to just buy opiates. However, I would say that, if you are, I would put in my legislation that if you're going to purchase opiates, you are required to purchase Narcan at the same time, that you cannot buy, a Percocet or whatever without buying some Narcan. Just because, again, it's about harm reduction, and criminalizing drugs doesn't stop people from dying, and it doesn't stop people from doing drugs, because, you cannot regulate a black market. And by criminalizing things, you push it underground and into a black market. And
Yeah.
that's my issue with the e-cigarettes too. Like when they're like, "Oh, people like it's vape lung and people are dying from it." But when they actually looked, they used the scare tactics to start over-regulating these. And then they actually looked at it and they realized, "Oh, it was actually like black market marijuana fucking vape cartridges that were the issue, because they were using vitamin E oil, which will fuck your lungs up if you try to inhale it."
Yeah.
Um, and they were using that instead of what's used in these, because they don't ever use oil. At least reputable places do not use oil in e-cigarette liquid, because it will kill you. They will use only things that are water soluble, so that it doesn't gunk up your lungs. But the fact is by doing the legislation that they did and pushing to, over-regulate e-cigarettes, you're essentially going to lead to more people dying because you're pushing it to the black market. Make sure that you're not using, like if you leave people no choice but bootleg options, then more people are going to get injured. And just like we made alcohol illegal, prohibition, it didn't work. People still drank, and the stuff they drank was not safe. They were going blind from bathtub gin. So when we got rid of prohibition and started regulating alcohol, the people going blind from bathtub gin, it stopped, because we had government institutions making sure that these products were made safely. And we should do a similar thing with drugs, because when it comes to bodily autonomy, I am uber libertarian. Your
Yeah.
body, your choice. You can do with your body whatever the fuck you want.
Yeah.
I do not care, as long as you're not impacting others. So it's like, you want to shoot up heroin? Godspeed. Just don't get behind the wheel of a car. Don't be in charge of like small children. Don't do it if you're a lifeguard on the job. Common sense shit. Like as
Yeah.
long as it's only you, feel free to do whatever the fuck you want. Like you can have treatment programs for
Well,
people with addiction issues, but heroin's a different case, because like, opiates just in general are very addictive. But like a lot of drugs people can use recreationally, where it's like, oh, they'll just,
well,
do a
that's
little bit
what.
of cocaine on the weekend, or they'll go out to a party and take a little bit of ecstasy, and that's it. Then they go about, it's to them it's no different than having a glass of wine, at night to wind down.
Yeah, so that's what I was saying. You want to at the very least decriminalize these things. You don't have to necessarily legalize it or some of it.
Yeah, decriminalize. But if you do legalize, then you are then able to regulate it, because you can't really regulate a black market. And even if you decriminalize it, if you're not selling it legally, because
Hmm.
decriminalization doesn't allow for it to be sold legally. It just means
Okay.
you're not going to be punished for possessing it.
Well, basically, as what I was saying, this one person, a person should have the right to say what happens to their body.
Hmm.
Though interesting that you were trying to counter that. Where was it?
I wasn't looking at the chat.
No, this is. this is something been having a discussion back and forth with
Oh,
somebody.
okay.
Says it's not a right, because a right is something that's allowed even if civilization doesn't exist. Now, what would you say to that? I have my own opinions, but
So I would say that yes, it is a right because we all have autonomy. Like, even if civilization doesn't exist, whether or not you smoke weed, it doesn't impact anybody but you, and it is your choice. Just like you can choose what you want to eat for dinner, you can choose whatever substances you want to imbibe to tweak your consciousness.
mm, well, this particular one was actually on abortion, but yeah, same.
I mean,
Yeah,
same thing goes for
yeah,
abortion.
it applies the same. It applies the same in my book. But yeah. Yeah, I would disagree with his the person's definition of a right for one thing, because we obviously have things that we regard as rights, right? That would not exist without civilization.
You have a right to life, and whether civilization exists or not, you have a right to exist. Like, that is just a fundamental human right.
And I was pointing out the couple of examples I was thinking about using here is you know you have a right to a jury by your peers in this state. That's not something you'd have without civilization, or a right to an attorney.
Mhm.
Again, you don't have that without civilization. So
Yeah.
obviously, what we're referring to as rights would not apply to this definition. Whereas what the person actually saying there was it would, you know, what what I was referring to about having right to to have a say over your body would still apply even under this definition that they gave.
Mhm.
Haven't actually replied to the person yet, but I've got the replies written down.
Yeah, no, I mean,
I'm still
you
trying
can
to.
ask them, do you believe that a person has the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, regardless of whether or not there is a civilization?
That's an interesting one.
Because if you believe that you have a right to life and liberty, then anything that gets between you and, that is a violation of your human rights, of your civil rights. And I absolutely believe that, I don't believe in a higher power, but a lot of the people, that do, they believe that they have a God given right to life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. And I tend to agree. It's not God given. It's just, as living sentient beings, we have basic rights that, regardless, it's why, like, murder is wrong, because you're infringing on the rights of others, the another person's right to life. And if you have to put yourself in danger for another, you know, person, like, my issue with the anti-abortion crowd is they see the unborn as essentially a life. But when it comes down to it, that life cannot exist outside of its host.
Yeah, technically, an abortion isn't killing. It's removing. Well, it's not viable.
Yes, because 95% of abortions happen, um, before viability.
Hmm.
And
Technically, if it is viable, it's not technically an abortion. If you really want to get into the, really, nitpicky stuff about it.
yes, and that's true. But ultimately, pregnancy can kill you. Pregnancy can fuck your body up forever. Pregnancy exacerbated my condition. I already had the condition, but I am worse off after pregnancy. It did permanent damage to me. So
Hello.
anybody who tries to argue, "Oh, well, you know, a clump of cells has a right to continue existing," would you say the same thing about cancer cells? I
But
mean,
also,
it
very,
is a cancer is a living thing, and it comes from humans. It is part of a living person, and
there's also the whole argument of, oh, it's causing the uh, causing the fetus pain. Well, I was actually looking into exactly when the pain actually can be registered.
yeah, you need a nervous system in order to feel pain.
Well, it's not so much that. It's not not just needing a nervous system. It's actually you need the connections within the brain in there as well.
Yes. And that doesn't happen until much later in the pregnancy, past the point at which most abortions are performed.
Yeah, I think
And
the
the
one.
few abortions that are performed later in the pregnancy are because something is wrong. You will not find anyone like, a doctor wouldn't do it, first off, but, you're not gonna find anyone that goes in 8.5 months pregnant and says, "Yeah, I changed my mind. I don't want a baby anymore."
Yeah,
Like, that just doesn't happen. If someone is having an abortion at 7, 8, 9 months, it's because the fetus is non-viable. It's got hydrocephaly, or
yeah.
it's going to kill the mother, you
Yeah,
know?
this thing I was looking at, I think, was coming to the conclusion that the very bare minimum where the fetus could actually be experience actual physical pain was something around 23 to 26 weeks gestation.
And very few abortions happen at that point. Like I said, most abortions, like 90 something percent of them happen before 15 weeks.
Because the connections and the way the nerves develop and just isn't there
Mhm.
until that point.
And they're all, "Oh, just, put it up for adoption." It's like, yeah, do you know how many kids are sitting in the foster care system waiting to be adopted? Like, too many. And personally, I feel that non-existence is less of a cruel fate than growing up unwanted in the foster care system, you know?
Hmm.
Yeah.
I mean,
And
And
when Coney Barrett talks about have a supply of kids for the adoption center, what he really means are white infants.
yes.
And even if they want to argue, don't the religious want to argue? Don't they argue that all these aborted fetuses just go straight to heaven?
Yeah,
Yes.
you would think
They
they'd be
do
all
say that.
happy about that.
So, I mean, if they're born and live, there's a chance that they could end up in hell. So, non-existence going straight to heaven
So it seems
is more humane.
even from the perspective of it doesn't you don't end up with non-existence. You just go to paradise. Doesn't seem like a good argument.
And I mean, that's another thing, like, that I'm actually a little bit worried about because, like, the for pro-forced birthers, they very much have let the mask slip. Like, there was the Trump rally where that one woman was like, "Thank you, President Trump, for protecting white life."
Yeah,
Now, she said later that, oh, she misspoke. She meant to say right to life. Okay, but she heard what she said and she didn't correct it, and the crowd cheered. And that
right.
tells you all you need to know.
Yeah,
I usually it is people of color that are disproportionately affected by restrictions on abortion. Like, you have women that are sitting in jail because of miscarriages. But I actually think that this time it might actually switch, where they would actually punish white women more than women of color because this crowd is all for the eugenics. Like they want white babies born. They don't want, you know, people of color having babies. So they'll care less about a person of color having an abortion than they would a white person because that is a white baby that you're killing. It's really fucked up. And so many people are going to die because of it. And I fucking hate it. And there's not much we can actually do to stop it, which is the really depressing thing because, yeah, we can go and we can vote, sure, but we already did that. We already voted and we put politicians in that are doing nothing. Like, I saw something online and I can't unsee it. And my brain won't stop thinking about it. And it was this: the Republicans are the mass shooter, the
I've heard this
Democrats
one, yeah.
are the Uvalde police. They are just sitting there letting monstrosities, like absolute atrocities, happen. And they're doing nothing but sending out fundraising emails because, you know, Nancy Pelosi needs to stay on top for being like the number one fucking fundraiser for the Democrats. And like, I'm a registered Democrat. I am because I live in a closed primary state, and the Democrats align ideologically more with me than the Republicans do. But it doesn't change the fact of the matter that they are not doing anything. There's a bunch of things that Biden could do, but he's choosing not to.
Neither of them align with me. And that's not to say that they're both the same. That's not saying just because I think one's bad, the other's good. I
Yeah,
shouldn't
no,
even have to be proof.
absolutely.
I shouldn't even have to be saying this.
Yeah, no, neither of them, like, neither of them fall under my belief systems because I'm a libertarian socialist. Like, Bernie's the closest to me, but there are areas that I'm to the left of Bernie, you know? And that's fine, you know? Like, nobody's going to, like, I'm not going to agree with anybody ideologically 100%. But like I said, the Democrats are the closest to my views ideologically speaking, and they are doing nothing to stop the fucking carnage that is coming.
Fortunately,
Biden could do stuff. Like, he doesn't need Congress. Like, he absolutely could do things to make life better for people that need abortions right now. But again, he's choosing not to.
so I'm not even sure if they actually do align closer or if they're just mouthing it.
Well, considering we're still stuck in a two-party system, like they they do align closer to me, at least on some social issues. Like they don't want to strip away abortion rights. They're just not going to do anything to protect them. And they're not going to strip away the right for queers to get married. And, you know, they're not the ones passing transphobic legislation. That's all the Republicans. And they, you know, tend to be a little bit better on
So I have. That's what I
social
mean.
safety
No,
net.
that's what I mean. I mean, is it the fact that are they just saying these things and then just stepping back and letting the Republicans doing because that's actually what they want?
It's I don't think it's so much it's what they want. I do believe that they are socially more liberal. What I think it is they see it as a fundraising opportunity. As soon as, you know, Roe v. Wade fell, you had the fucking DNC sending out fundraising emails,
Well,
you know.
well, even so, that would still play into it. I mean, there's They just fundraise off of it. That doesn't really mean anything.
Well, yeah, they're fundraising off of it, and it's honestly their only hope of getting reelected right now because they're not actually fighting for the people. They're not delivering for the people that actually elected them.
Well, of course not. The people that they're delivering for are the corporations.
Absolutely.
And that goes for both sides, by the way.
Oh, yes. No. Like both sides are bought and paid for by the corporations. It's just depends on which corporation,
Yeah,
you know. Like
yeah,
the
there are.
Democrats are less likely to be bought off by the NRA. Some are, but
Yeah,
for the most part, that's more of a Republican thing.
yeah, there are differences as to which corporation is buying who, but for, that's usually where you get the differences in,
Yeah,
though.
but the banks and like the telecommunications companies and the social media companies, yeah, those are the ones they're buying off both sides.
Oil company.
Oil company, absolutely. But again, it does seem like it's a little bit worse on the Republican side for fossil fuels. Like liberals do tend to be a little bit more into like greener energy, like but there are Democrats that are completely bought and paid for by fossil fuels or that own stake in fossil fuels, like Joe Manchin. There's also the pharmaceutical companies which pay off both sides. And if I were president, I absolutely would have made Joe Manchin heal because I would
Should
have
have.
threatened to prosecute his daughter for the shitty backroom deals that there's a company that made the EpiPen, and
Do
a rival pharmaceutical company
do you
was
watch
going.
Secular Talk with Kyle Klinsky?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, I agree with him on this one.
Yeah,
There's
no, absolutely, like fucking bully pulpit, you know. But basically, so for anybody watching, there was a rival company that was going to come out with their version of the EpiPen, and that was going to cut into the profits of Joe Manchin's daughter's company. So, and there is a paper trail for this. She wrote a message, an email to this rival company and said, "Hey, that thing you're about to come out with, shelve it. With only my company's product on the market, there's no competition. We can raise the price and then we can split the profits, that we gain from jacking up the price of this life-saving medication." And that's exactly what they did. They raised the price of EpiPen, where it went from being like $30 or $50 to like $600 for a single dose. And I guarantee you, people died because they couldn't afford to have it. People with severe allergies.
yeah,
And she's not in jail, even though there's a paper trail. I would have the DOJ investigating her. And if I had to let her get away with it to bring Manchin to heel, you know, like,
you could not just investigate her, you can investigate the whole damn family.
oh yeah, absolutely. Because there's other shady shit that Manchin has done as well.
Yeah, I mean, I would have, if he didn't want to go along, I would have had him under such a microscope you wouldn't
Yeah,
be
it's
able
like,
to
no, I will
sneeze without.
investigate. I will investigate you so thoroughly. I will know how many times your great great grandfather wiped his dick on his sleeve.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
there is no way that you will get away with anything. And it's one of those things. Would it be better, like someone could say, "Oh, but then you're still letting someone get away with doing a bad thing." And it's like, "Okay, yeah, but if I can pass legislation that helps every single American, like Build Back Better and the child tax credit, making it permanent, I think that overall, the net benefit that could be done would be better than just locking up his daughter. I mean,
Yeah,
yes, I would like her to go to jail, but if I have to let her get away with it in order to make him fucking vote the way I need him to on legislation, so be it. People get away with shit all the time, and usually people just suffer because of it. Whereas this, yeah, I'd be letting her get away with shit. But if it helps hundreds of millions of Americans, then so be it.
Exactly.
If it helps get kids out of poverty, it's worth it. But then, what do I know? I just care about doing the most good for the most people. And while it would feel nice to lock that bitch up because she deserves it, I would rather use it to my benefit to help everyday Americans. Because they're the ones that are really struggling right now. While fucking Mansion's making millions hand over fist.
Oh my.
I despise Kirsten Sinema and Joe Manchin with a burning fucking passion. They are monstrous human beings.
And not to mention, Manchin also has been voted with Trump like 60% of the time.
Yeah, he's essentially just a fucking moderate Republican. Manchin is like the last of the moderate Republicans. And Biden fucking covers for him. Just like he covers for fucking Mitch McConnell. Oh, Mitch McConnell's a good guy, we're gonna make a deal. We're gonna be bipartisan. It's like, no, you're not. Do you not remember what he did when you were vice president? All the
Well,
obstruction, how many fucking Americans suffered because of it? How many
well,
still continue?
it's quite possible he doesn't remember.
This is true. It is possible he doesn't actually remember because he's a fucking walking corpse right now.
Oh, I don't know. I'm guessing that he does remember. He's enough of a snake to be remembering that stuff.
I don't think Biden's so much of a snake. I think he's just naive.
I'm not sure. I'm really not sure. Yeah, you talk about your moderate Republicans.
Well, he seems to be showing some cognitive decline.
Yeah, no, he definitely is not where he was, 10 years ago. Like, you
Like,
saw him in the vice presidential debates,
like
like,
this one
he was
here
sharp.
is to shake somebody's hand who isn't there.
Yeah. I mean, fucking Trump has cognitive decline too. Like, we don't need more like fucking dopey old people. Like, the only reason I would still vote for Bernie regardless of his age is because Bernie is still fucking sharp. Like, you see that man speak and like he seems like he's 30 years younger than he actually is. Like, he doesn't have any signs of cognitive decline. He's still out there fucking playing basketball, you know?
Yeah.
Sure.
Like, Bernie seems like a guy in his 60s, at most. But Bernie's also naive. And, you know, I think he very much, put too much fucking faith in Biden when, he didn't fucking he didn't play dirty, like he didn't like go for the throat. He was too nice, my friend Joe Biden, like my friend. And it's like, no, stop calling him your friend. Like, you guys are fucking diametrically opposed to each other. He's a corporatist, you're a fucking democratic socialist. Like, you care about the will of the people, you care about the well-being of the people. Biden doesn't. And it sucks, like things could be better in this country. They could, but We have to let go of this fucking dream of bipartisanship. Like, that ship sailed. The only time fucking Congress acts bipartisan is to fuck us over.
Yep.
Like, if they're passing fucking tax cuts for billionaires or, you know, getting rid of net neutrality, like, fucking, that's the only time that you see them working together. When it comes to issues that matter, when it comes to things that actually help the common man, you don't see bipartisanship because one party actively doesn't care and the other party is actively trying to do the most harm possible, it seems. I mean, it used to be that the Democrats were actually somewhat fighting for the people, for the working class. Like, you go back and you look, you know, over the past few decades, like, whenever there's been a bill to try to, say, increase money to the VA or help veterans, you know, in any way, it's been the Democrats that have been putting forth those bills, and then they've died because the Republicans just fucking say, nah, we're not gonna do that. Yet so many fucking military, ex-military vote Republican, and they're like, they're the party that cares about the military veterans. It's like, no, they care about the military industrial complex. They care about keeping us in endless wars and sending more of our men and women to die for pointless bullshit. But they don't actually care about the actual people. They're a number. They're not even a name. They're just a number to be sent over there for their fucking proxy wars and resource conflicts. And, you know, it honestly seems like they'd rather them come home in a bag as opposed to come home alive, because they come home broken and then they don't want to do anything to help them. Like Guam. Guam is a US territory. Those people are US citizens, just like Puerto Rico. They don't actually get a vote. Like, there's no senator for there. And of all of the places in the United States, you know, and its territories, Guam has the absolute highest rate of military enlistment. And if a Guamanian veteran needs mental health care, the closest place is Hawaii, which is 5,000 miles away. Further away than from Florida to California. It's fucked up. Actually, John Oliver did an episode of his show talking about that. It was talking about the U.S. territories and how they are constantly getting shafted.
Ah, yeah, that's right. The new episode of The Orville's dropping at midnight tonight.
So,
So,
trying to decide. I think I'll do this for the rim. For the brim and this for the top.
I like the what really got me into Sonic was more the Saturday morning cartoon.
I remember that.
Interesting enough, my favorite character was actually the Sally.
Huh. That is interesting.
Yeah, she was able to keep up with all the other, basically superpowered characters, but she was just relying on effectively her wits and intelligence.
Mm-hmm. And we stand a smart queen. At least I do. But honestly, I am legitimately worried about like where this country's headed. Like these Supreme Court rulings, we don't have Miranda rights anymore. And pretty soon,
Well, we do, but they're just completely toothless.
yeah.
So effectively, we don't.
I mean, like how many fucking times have you seen on a cop show them read the Miranda warning? You know, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you at a court of law. You have a right to an attorney. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be provided to you. And, you know, we see this in pop culture, and I guarantee you, most of these fucking right wingers that watch and hero worship the cops on like Law and Order, they don't realize that Miranda rights were just stripped away.
Probably
I guarantee
not.
it.
No, they'll realize it once it happens to them.
Yeah. But by then it's already too late, and, you know, lots of people will fucking suffer. And that's really the heart of the matter. Like, the Supreme Court has gone rogue. And this rogue court is going to ruin lives and get people killed. And they want to whine and cry if somebody goes to fucking protest them.
I really worry this is going to end up in war.
No, I honestly think at this point it's probably unavoidable. We are going to end up in a civil war. And it terrifies me. I mean, I am in fucking Confederate territory.
Yeah, you and you both.
And I don't have the means to flee. And I have family members that would likely side with the Republicans, which is depressing to think about.
I remember a while back I was thinking of the fictional future story, and basically, in the story, our government just became way too corrupt and got toppled. And that created a power vacuum within the country that led to a civil war.
Is it raining by you, Mage?
Surprisingly not. I was expecting rain by now, though.
Well, no, I just heard thunder.
Yeah,
That's
you
why
heard
Yeah, I
thought
that.
heard
had.
that too, and it's not here.
Yeah, no, the thunder is here, but
Yeah,
Mage and I live near each other.
yeah, I was expecting I was seeing thunderstorms earlier when I had to go take care of the dog. I was expecting it to hit by now.
Yeah,
Well, maybe it just decided to pass over me.
it's possible. But I definitely hear the thunder
What?
now.
Did you paint the lintel of your door with sheep's blood?
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, that would work for fucking Yahweh, but that wouldn't work for Zeus. And thunderstorms are more his domain. Maybe Thor. No, Thor just leave out like a tankard of mead and you'd be fine. Leave out fucking food and mead. Perfect offerings for the Lord of Thunder.
Yeah, you go for that.
Oh, absolutely. Maybe a nudie mag just for good measure.
Eh, that might work on Zeus too.
Yeah, no, the nudie mag would definitely work on Zeus. So, like, if you're not sure if it's Zeus or Thor that's fucking you up with the thunder, just leave out a fucking Playboy magazine and some fucking booze.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah, that was a good one. I saw the flash and I felt the rattle of the windows.
I've been waiting for a good thunderstorm to come by here so I can get some good footage of it.
Well, I mean, you're like what? An hour, 2 hours away from me?
Yeah,
Maybe it'll be there soon.
yeah, maybe.
I don't know which direction this one's traveling. Actually, I can look it up. I can look at the radar.
Because I wanted to do a video on my gardening channel on rain. And I thought having a nice opener of, a thunderstorm coming in would really be a good opener. And then I, transitioned to all the whole spiel where I just dub it in and what I was saying, and then end it with with all the rain coming down. It's kind of how I pictured it.
Yeah, I don't care about your ads for Kroger. I don't even know if there is a Kroger around here. Fuck you. Come on, load, damn it. It's like, I've got it open, but it's not actually loading the radar.
The app I have on my computer is showing should be thunderstorms right now, but it's more of a suggestion than anything.
Because you're more to the west, right? Like southwest, I think.
Orlando.
Oh, there we go. There's the radar. That's what's over me right now.
Oh, it's just a little band.
Yep. So it should pass quickly.
Get to sit here and enjoy the unusual Florida weather here, huh?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was crazy. It was sunny out earlier, but also raining. That's something I've noticed is unique to Florida. Or you could be sitting in the middle of a park bench with your hands out like this, and one hand is getting rained on, and the other one is not.
Yeah, I've actually had that where I'm sitting there. I just put my hand out and it's raining right next to me, but I'm completely dry where I'm sitting.
Yeah, Florida weather is fucking weird. How's the weather by you, Di?
Oh, let's see. Around here, it's mid-60s, light rain.
Oh, I'm jealous. It was 100 degrees today and very humid. So just like you feel like you're drowning when you try to breathe outside.
Oh yeah, I know
Like you're
about that
drowning in a
stuff.
hot tub.
Yep.
It's miserable.
Let's see here. I'm looking at the band where how it's hitting me. It looks like I'm not really getting any particular strong parts of it. All the strong stuff is up by you.
Yeah, figures. I used to love going to the beach during thunderstorms.
My mom used to love doing that.
I honestly I love thunderstorms. I sleep so soundly when it's raining. Like it's just soothing to me. I've always loved
Hey, Beck.
thunderstorms. Hey Beck, how's it going, my dude?
Oh, were you getting it?
Am I on the Echoito onto Bintu making, or what is
No, I don't hear any echoes, Di.
Beck seems to hear?
Weird.
Oh, okay.
Does he have the stream open twice, maybe?
That's
Okay.
possible.
Because I had to mute the stream.
All right, I'm putting on the stream sound, and you're sounding a little echoey, kitty.
Huh, weird.
Am I sounding echoey? I'm also a little echoey, so it's the guests that are echoey. I wonder if this comes from that earlier issue of me sounding like I was talking out of a megaphone.
Okay, yeah.
I don't know if this is any better.
I don't think it's on our end. Okay, yeah, it's been the whole time, so it has been just the guests getting that echo.
Yeah, the audio input capture seems to be doing strange things, but I'll tell you what, if I touch anything, I'm going to break everything.
Yeah, that's probably it then. Yeah, well, break it later. If it's not, it doesn't seem to be that bad, so.
So, it's like I hear frogs and I hear the thunder. It's kind of great.
Yeah, that's always nice. If it's not broken, break it and fix it.
Yeah. So, okay, well, it's not on my end. So, like, I tweaked my audio just in case, but I still hear an echo when I start up the stream. So, sorry,
Yeah,
guys.
yeah, I knew it wasn't on your end. It's both of us here. It's getting it, so. Diana says her thing's doing strange things, so that's probably it.
No, we're just special. That's all.
Yeah, there you go. Everything around here is strange.
Life is strange, but it's better than being boring. I'll take strange any day.
See who we have in the chat here.
Life is a bowl of shit with cherries on top.
There
And
you
then you
go.
die.
No, it doesn't even have cherries. It just has kernels of corn that you gotta pick out. That makes 3 times that I made you laugh. Makes me happy,
Don't give me sugar-coated shit and call it a candy bar.
right? Although that does remind me of a fun game we played at my baby shower where we took clean diapers and melted candy bars and put them in there, and you had to guess what kind of candy bar it was that was in the diaper.
Oh, jeez.
Honestly, it was a lot of fun. Some were easier than others, like almond joys were easier than, like, say a Snickers bar.
Well, what you do for that is you slip an actual diaper in there.
Oh, that's just mean. No, it's meant to be fun, not cruel and unusual punishment.
Oh, look, it's Farm Rick.
Well, I do say I'm evil, so.
Ah, Voltaire. It's so easy when you're evil. I love that song. But I can see the lightning outside the window. It's very relaxing.
Oh,
Actually,
if you suddenly vanish, we'll know what happened.
Yeah, basically, Thor's come to fucking whisk me away. Hopefully, he can vanquish my enemies beforehand, though.
Eh.
Right. But yeah, if I do disappear, that's why. But I told Diana that I would pop in earlier when we were on Purple's stream, and my new camera came today, and I was so excited, so I wanted the chance to use it.
Oh yeah, it reminds me. I got that tripod I wanted for my phone.
Oh, nice.
It's actually a lot nicer than I expected for $16.
Oh, yeah. No, like there's some pretty nice little tripods you can get for pretty cheap on Amazon. And like I'm gonna be paying for this camera for a while, but hey, 6 months no interest. So, you know,
Uh,
paying a little at a time, I can make it work.
well, that's
or
only if you pay it off in 6 months, isn't it?
Yes, but I will be able to pay it off in 6 months. I mean,
Okay.
it's expensive, but it's not like thousands of dollars expensive. The camera, it's like $100 camera. So, I mean, $100 split over 6 months is less than $25 a month. So, it's doable.
100 over 6 months should be $16 a month. Yeah.
I mean, it was a little over 100, but I'm just saying it's right around there. So, I mean, $25 a month, like it's manageable. Like, and now I have an actual like crisp, clean looking camera. It's not my wonky, fuzzy, blurry webcam that I've been using all this time.
yeah, eventually I'll maybe upgrade to something other than just using my phone to make videos. But
Yeah, well, this one it's like meant for streamers, so I can't take it out with me. It has to be connected to my computer, but
yeah,
that's fine because my sewing station is right next to my computer, so
yeah,
I
what
can everything I would want to record, I'd be either recording here or at my computer, so it works great for me.
yeah, what I'd be looking at is maybe like a GoPro or something.
Yeah, something that you can take with you outside.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean GoPros aren't that expensive.
they're about 300 from what I've seen so far.
Well, they have I know they had one that was less, but I think it was kind of like a light version.
Well, I also have to consider, what quality am I gonna get out of it.
Because this camera, it is the Elgato face cam. Like I said, is meant for streamers, and it's 1080p, like true 1080p. And it's got a really good like focus, and it comes with software that helps auto balance everything. Like it can get a little wonky, like depending on how I move, it might, because I have it set to auto adjust like the white balance and such. At least until I figure out like and tweak the settings just how I like it. I'm just leaving it on the default, which is doing it automatically. Um, but hey, I mean, this is perfect for my needs because I will be either on streams or like recording my sewing or like doing like some gaming on Twitch. So all of those things like this camera is perfect for.
This is what I'm looking at so far. I mean, I haven't researched it all that much, but it comes with all the accessories for me to use the thing.
Oh, that's cool.
Tripod and head mount and all that.
And you don't have to worry about accidentally having your face on camera if it's mounted on your face.
Yeah, exactly.
Like that's 200 IQ play right there.
Just mount it on my head, and I can do a walkthrough of my garden with that.
Mhm. Like, I can't wait to see all the videos that you come up with, all the gardening videos, because I'm
Yeah,
actually not subscribed to very many gardening channels.
I've got a few ideas. I also have a few things that are partially made right now. So
Nice.
one thing that really annoys me about some of these gardening channels is they'll film the first part, or like, here's how you do this. So here's this thing growing, and then you never see the next part of it. So what I'm doing is I'm filming the first part, and I'm just holding on to that footage. And I'm gonna combine it with the end results, so you get the whole thing in one
Oh,
video.
nice. Yeah. Another thing you could do, like obviously it would be something that would take time, but setting up your camera in like time lapse mode and, essentially you just have like get a tripod and have it mounted in that one spot and then, you know, have it set for time lapse where, it's just going to record and then if you need to go record something else, take it and go do the other recording and then put it right back where it was. Like just mark where it was. And even if it shifts just a little bit, you'll still be able to see the time lapse.
I would definitely need better equipment than what I've got to do that.
I'm just saying it would be really cool to be able to like watch a time lapse video of your garden growing.
It's not a bad idea though.
But
Yeah,
you'll still be able to see the time lapse.
I would
Because
definitely.
whenever you see the time lapse of things growing, it's always so fascinating.
So it's one thing I
I'm just
could
saying it would
probably
be
do
really
with
cool
what I've
to
got
be
right
able
now
to
is just to
like
take a
watch
picture
a time lapse
e-
video of your
consecutively.
garden growing.
It's not a
And
bad
then
idea.
just essentially put them together in a slideshow in like a
Yeah,
time lapse slideshow.
I do a time lapse slideshow and maybe slap some music behind it.
Yeah.
That could
And
work.
there's tons of like royalty free music that, they
Yeah, in
have
fact,
online.
yeah, I was actually trying to put
And
together an
then just essentially put
outro
them together in a
sound
slideshow in like a
for.
time lapse
I don't really need
slideshow.
one particularly right now, but I'm just kind of thinking ahead of time.
Oh yeah.
I
I'm
actually
gonna
have to
need
be.
to design some stuff because I think I am gonna start streaming on Twitch like once a week. And so I need to get into OBS and like get my stuff situated in there.
Yeah, I actually have to be careful
Yeah,
about looking ahead, not to do it too much.
yeah, Sadie, I think I hear the echo on YouTube as well, and I'm not sure what to do about that yet.
Well, if I can, I'll play with that outro I played you earlier before we went live. It's okay. I mean, it's royalty free music and all. Would that be okay?
Yeah, it might be, yeah. I'll turn the audio input capture down a little bit as long as we don't go down into the noise.
Alright. See, it was tab that does it. Okay. So this is what I came up with. This is Kevin. What was his name?
Oh,
Credit.
McLeod.
Kevin McLeod. So that'll just be a little 9-second outro for a title card or whatever.
Yeah, I definitely need to come up with like a little logo and, intro, outro kind of thing.
I've been looking into it, and it was actually recommended not to really bother with the intros so much. If well, at least with what I'm doing, you don't really want to do an intro
Yeah,
because
I definitely
there's
need to come up with like
you just want to get
a
into the information
logo
with
and,
more educational
intro,
stuff.
outro kind of
So I'm
thing.
skipping an intro altogether. I'm just gonna maybe put together an outro that would help feature other videos that I have up. Like I said,
Yeah.
since I only have 2 videos right now, it's not really necessary.
Yeah. Well, I'm thinking like for if I do like streaming on Twitch, like I'll have to design an intro and an outro for the stream and like, stream starting soon or BRB if I need to like get up and go take a piss or something. And that rain is really coming down. The frogs have stopped. Like, the frogs were chirping, but they have since stopped.
Okay, so what does everybody else in the chat here think of that outro? So I can get
I
opinions.
like it.
Oh, it's very Moo. Definitely Moo.
Alright. I'm just, that's just my first. That was just my first pick. I'm still kind of going through ideas.
I like it because it's simple and rustic and upbeat, which are all things that you kind of want for like
Yeah,
something dealing with the outdoors and
that's exact.
gardening
That's what I was trying to go for.
and it very much sounds like something you would hear on a gardening channel, you know. It's like cottagecore.
Yeah. Well, the actual name of that, it's actually the first 9 seconds of the longer song called "Folk Look Around."
That makes sense.
Folk look around.
Folk around,
Oh,
or
folk round.
folk round.
Like a word play for fuck around. Like fuck
Yeah,
around and find out, bitches. But no, like it is very like gardeny, cottagecore, like folksy, like outdoorsy. Like you picked a good one. I think it's very good.
yeah.
It's very moo, as Diana would say.
There
Yeah, I
you
played the
go.
music. I mentioned the artist. Yes, I mentioned the name of it. I think I've recovered with all everything that they would need. So
Yep. And, you know, I think it's great for people to make royalty-free music for others to use.
yeah, that's nice. Another option I might go down if I can is maybe have my cousin make something for me
Oh, that'd be cool.
because he does singing and plays a little bit of guitar. So it might be nice to have him do some original thing.
Yeah. And you can have your own theme song.
But like I said, this is way in the future, really.
Hey, it's a good idea to have a plan. Because if you don't have a plan, then, you know, you can't really grow.
Well, one thing to look forward to, which might actually be my next video, will be on basil and actually thinning it.
I have not had any luck with growing herbs of any kind.
I'll have to remember to include a link to how to where to get the stuff.
Like, I want to grow mint, preferably spearmint,
Oh,
rosemary, and sage, and thyme, and cilantro. Like, those are my favorite herbs.
spearmint will grow. That does pretty well here. You can grow spearmint.
I've just never had any luck. I know rosemary will grow here too. My neighbor used to have a huge thing of rosemary, and I would love to go over there and just like pick sprigs of rosemary from her garden for my
I
cooking.
I have what I did with my rosemary. I put it in a 5 gallon, or was it a 7 gallon grow bag with just some potting soil and let it grow in that. And
Hmm.
it's been doing just fine.
I'll have to look into that and get a few. I'll get that multi pack of grow bags and just do some for different things. But yeah, rosemary, thyme, sage are and cilantro are like my four would drain, you
Yeah,
know.
yeah. Buy one. Buy a pack. See what kind of fabric it is, and then replicate it.
Yeah, because I'm thinking like maybe like a heavy duty canvas, maybe.
It seems. It seems
I
to.
stopped OBS and then restarted
Oh, there
it,
we are.
and here we're back.
All right. So yeah,
Hello,
OBS is
all the people.
being a turd. So, Mage, I just texted you my cell phone number. So, like, I don't always check Twitter, but that way, if you do decide to do a stream and you need some company, just shoot me a text message.
Okay.
Because, like, I can be really bad about checking my Twitter.
Yeah, and that's something I'll have to learn if I ever do
Well,
Yeah,
that.
perps, give me a sec.
it's probably healthy that I don't like doom scroll on Twitter a lot. You know, I might check it once a day, if that. You know, sometimes I'll go days without even opening Twitter.
All right.
Sounds like me and Facebook.
Oh, I am never on Facebook anymore. The only reason like I actually went on Facebook anytime recently was to post some pictures of some stuff that I sewed because I joined um a sewing group on there in order to get some patterns because they had like free patterns, but they, you know, are very like selective of who they let in. So it's like if you don't have any sewing content on there, then they won't let you in the group.
The Florida gardening group on Facebook is pretty good,
There
but
you go, Purple.
mostly other than that, I just go on Facebook to argue with people.
Oh, is Purple joining us?
Oh,
Is she coming?
Yeah, she asked if she could come in, and I have
yeah,
absolutely
Yay!
no objection.
come on in.
I'd say the weather's fine, but it's not. It's like fucking Satan's taking a piss on our heads. I mean, you'd think I'd be used to it considering I live in Satan's taint, but nope.
Ah,
Can you honestly think of a better way to describe Florida?
yeah, she has a point there.
I mean, it's fucking muggy, it's hot and sweaty and humid, and it's full of disgusting fucking parasites. Like Satan's got crabs, I guess.
Yeah, those those conservatives are that bad.
It's okay. Like, fucking, there was a high school that their mascot was a crab, and they actually had spirit shirts. Got crabs, we do. Somebody didn't think that through.
Oops.
Kind of like when my uncles and their discussions of, yeah, I had crabs. They're really big too. Talking about the crabs he caught from the bay.
Yeah. And then it's like, oops. Somebody didn't think this through. Like, honestly, normally I would try to work a little bit faster. You know, I'm just kind of taking my sweet ass time with getting all this stuff put together. But I'm in no rush, and I'm also in pain. It's been a long day, so.
You're not seeing anything on Twitter.
Oh yeah, you don't have in your Lavender Lady DM group.
Let me, yeah, I sent to you, to your account. Let me go to the Lavender DM group and try there. Wait a minute, where is the Lavender DM group in this list?
You know, Diana, like you can pin groups and chats to the top of Twitter now. So
Oh.
like the ones that you go to regularly, you can pin them to the top so then everything else will be below your pinned ones. And the ones below will be in order of your most recent messages, but the ones at the top will just be your pinned groups.
So how do you do that pin thing?
So I just figured it out like recently.
You click the three dots on the right, and then it should say pin.
Yeah, I on the phone you would basically slide it over to the you would basically slide to the right and there'll be a little pin icon and then you can pin it to the top. So it's like my pinned people are Gigi, Purple, Mage, Jenny, and Diana. They're the people that I
Hello.
have pinned at the top.
Hey, honey.
And
Yeah,
then
I'm
like all
I'm
my
trying
groups
to
are below it.
I'm
Hello.
trying to do this on my desktop and I don't see.
Then yeah, click on the three dots.
Yeah,
Where are the three dots?
they're they're right to the just to the right of the name of the group.
Yeah, no, this is what I don't see. I see right at the very top a lavender DM group.
So when you mouse over the group, you should see on the far right
Yeah,
three dots that
put your mouse
say
over the group.
more, and then click that, and then click pin conversation.
Yeah, you have to mouse over it so it's highlighted.
And yeah, that's what it's not doing. It's not highlighting it for me.
That's weird.
Hmm.
Do you have Twitter on your cell phone? Because it's really easy to do on a cell phone.
I do have it on the cell phone. I was thinking of taking it off. It's very annoying the way it notifies you when everything comes through. My phone
Yeah.
never
Well, I'm
shuts
just
off.
saying just for pinning it, because once it's pinned, and then, you don't have to worry about it after that.
But is that only on the phone or?
No, it's pinned on the account. Because when I open up Twitter on my desktop, my pinned conversations from my phone are the ones that are pinned on the app on my computer too.
Okay, so I'm gonna try bringing.
And just got a spam bot in the side chat.
Boy,
So
they're persistent tonight.
Diana, on your phone, put your finger on the chat and that you want to pin and just swipe from left to right. Don't tap it, just swipe it. And you should see a little like thumbtack.
Okay, now this is offering pin conversation. Leave
Yes, pin conversation. Pin. You want to pin the conversation. That's the option. And then once it's pinned, it will be up at the top.
Hello.
Hey, Amanda.
Hello.
All right.
How you doing?
Okay,
Hi.
I see. Yeah, it has pinned conversations, all conversations. Okay.
Yeah, so now you can have your lavender DM group and maybe purple's group, the ones that you know that you go to the most, pin those at the top. And that way you don't have to keep scrolling for trying to find, them. You just know, hey, they'll always be at the top. Because
All right, all right.
my pinned people, like I said, I only have 5 people pinned in my conversations, and it's Godless Granny, Purple, Mage, Jenny, and then you. Because you guys are the people that I talk to the most on Twitter.
I did not realize you could do that either.
I haven't really needed to pin anyone. Usually just whatever.
Oh, I'm in a lot of group DMs, so like sometimes shit gets wonky and I can't find anything. So I'm like, all right, the people that I know are gonna send me messages for like links to hop on streams and stuff, I will pin those at the top.
Yeah, other than you guys in these two in the purples DM group and lavender ladies or DM group are the only ones that I ever really message in there.
It will make it
Occasionally,
a bit easier for me if I can, pin my own group and pin Sloth Girls to the top to make sure that I always see those.
yeah, I
Yeah.
can see that.
Because yeah, there are times that I'll get on there and I'm in so many DM groups now. There are times I'll get on there and there will be two screenfuls of groups with new messages.
Yeah, it can be overwhelming. I don't
Yeah,
I tend to like I'm in a bunch of the groups and sometimes I will pop onto them and just kind of scroll through and see what's going on in them, but for the most part I don't because like the conversation like it'll happen since I'm not on Twitter very often, like logging in and checking maybe once a day if that. So much will have happened that I've missed where I'm just like and doesn't matter. It's like it came, it
Yeah.
went, it's over.
Well, I find that a lot, especially like, when I get up, especially because the Brits are 6 or 7 hours ahead of me, that I'll get in there in some of the groups, there'll be 50 messages and I've already lost the conversation by the time I've seen it.
Yep.
Ow, ow, ow.
careful there.
Just take
Oh,
a breath.
hey.
Just it doesn't help the pain go away, but it does help. Just take a slow, deep healing breath. You're not alone. We're here with
Ow,
you.
ow, 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 ow.
We love you.
Fatakosto to domenica vera che ne sa. Votre.
Yes, it sucks ass, but just breathe through it. Breathe through the pain. It will ease.
Right, breathe through the pain and be constantly breathing. Oh,
No, I get it.
Constantly breathing is kind of a good thing, isn't it?
Yes.
Mm, usually, yeah.
Unless you're underwater, then it might not be so good.
No, it's just like when you're in a lot of pain, it can trigger like a panic attack. At
Oh,
least
yeah.
it can for me.
Yeah.
So, like my partners will sit there and like when it's really bad and I'm like fucking curled up and fucked up, like they'll just sit there and they'll just do what I just did, just breathe, breathe through it. You're not alone. Like
Yep.
we're right here and it doesn't make the pain go away obviously, but it does help to not be alone, you know?
Yeah. Well, I actually find for me it helps a lot if I can focus on specifically where the pain is, because then it's just kind of like, okay, I know what's wrong. It's not going to kill me. So can we get on with what we need to do?
Mhm.
And getting all tangled in your hair.
And you have Squawky Kitty again.
Like I kind of want us all to chip in a couple of bucks and get her a new headset.
Yeah, like well, I got that link to the one purple. I got that link to the one purple one I have from the side chat for the private chat here. So
Oh.
check
Yeah,
that out. That's only like $22 right now.
I want yours. You sound so much better with it than I do.
I do.
Your voice just seems to come over so much clearer than mine does.
I don't know.
Hey, Manda.
sto che te vai a cara spraia. Non to parlo con patiani che te vai a
So my took his hat off so I can actually show it off.
Oh, nice.
Like, I love this fabric because it reminds me, remember those picture books when we were kids where it was like you would put it up to your face and then pull it away and like the picture would show up like in the middle
I
of
could
it?
never get those things to work.
Yeah, those never worked for me either, but I know that I'm colorblind in certain ranges, so I assume that was the problem.
So like
Actually,
I
I
just
seem
I
to.
saw this fabric and it reminded me of that, so I had to get it.
I'm very astute with seeing colors, but I think it might have to do with dyslexia.
And the hat's
That could be
reversible.
too.
So there's the Baby Yoda side,
That's pretty neat.
but he likes the rainbow side the most. And I put grommets for airflow.
For some reason, I get this impression that things should have googly eyes.
When she was first holding it up, I thought it did, but then I realized those were just like little vent holes in it.
Yep, little grommets. There's 2 on either side of the side seam. So
Oh, well, it should
it's
only have grommets on one side. It should have walls on the other side.
fuck you, perp. You bitch. But no, I love you. But no, like it's like trippy. Like especially like when you like spin it around, you know? It's like the trippiest
Okay.
Don't worry,
pattern.
we'll keep things going
Yeah.
for you.
Well, or, do you need to shut down the stream so you can go and straighten your back out?
Yeah.
Or do you want to keep going? Like it's up to you. We can call it quits or I can keep talking. I don't care. Whatever.
I guess we're gonna just keep talking since she got up, left the
All right.
stream going.
Okay, well, I was just thinking that if she happens to fall asleep, none of us can shut it down.
Yes. We have been going for 3 hours, so.
Yeah, no, it sounds about
And,
right.
and by all means, if she's able to fall asleep, she needs it.
Absolutely. Does Kate have the ability to shut it down, do you know?
Not that
I
know
don't
of.
think so.
Nope.
No, I don't think that that anyone other than Diana really has the capability on this channel.
Okay. Well, we'll give her a few minutes and, you know.
Well, like we were
The-
talking about earlier, maybe me doing a live stream on my new channel at some point.
Well, the other thing is that do we have Amanda with us now? I see her icon there. Oh, okay.
Hey,
I saw your icon flash, but I didn't actually hear a voice before. Yeah, I think you're okay now.
Cool.
You sound pretty quiet though, so.
I'm just here to support Anna.
Yeah, you sound very worn out more than anything. I know that things have been really hard on you.
yeah, I was,
A little bit. I'm never really sure. I just fucking cry. No, Diana's struggling to be for her.
You know, we're all here to support each other.
yeah.
Exactly. Although I'm really struggling to hear what you're saying.
Sorry. Just here.
If it's no, you don't have to be louder. I'm just saying if I miss it, just so you know, it's not me ignoring you. It's just hard to understand you. That's all.
Yeah, same here.
Is Kate still setting up her new place?
Yeah, she's still getting unpacked. That's the reason why she wasn't on right now. She'll probably be on Sunday though.
Okay. Yeah, I wanted to hear how her and her furlings were getting settled in their new place. Obviously, with animals, it always makes a move that much more difficult.
Yeah.
Very
Well,
much
she was
so.
lucky that she had people. I guess they actually moved the cats across the country for her, so she didn't
Yeah.
have to worry
Yeah,
about it.
she hired somebody to move the cats across the country for her.
Like
Which,
honestly, that's a job I would have done. Like I used to love driving. So like, you know, I can't do it now. It fucks me up like being in a car for too long. But
I hate driving, but I don't know, it just wears me out.
yeah, I've never liked driving. I've always avoided it if I could. one of the many reasons that I'm a big advocate of just getting some proper inner city rail in the US.
Yeah.
I would much rather just be able to take the train next time I go to see Diana.
We definitely need better public transport in this country.
Oh yeah.
Again.
Well, at least I'm done and over with having to take care of the dog, so I can actually sleep in a little bit tomorrow and recharge my batteries.
It's Bree's birthday tomorrow, by the way.
Can you repeat that? Is it
It's
birthday?
Bree's birthday
Oh,
tomorrow.
Breeze.
Oh,
Bree's
it
birthday.
is. Okay.
Okay.
I didn't realize that Bree was part of the batch too. We've got a bunch of them coming up in the next week.
And you said yours was Tuesday?
Yeah, mine's Tuesday, and then Diana's is 2 days after mine.
Oh.
And Tornado Pelt is, I think, the day before Diana's, but I could be off a day or two there.
See, all you summer babies, like I was born in the dead of winter.
I was born in October.
I think I'm gonna have a stream for my birthday this year.
And the really fun was my grandfather was born on Halloween.
Oh, lucky bitch.
Yeah, those were great Halloween parties.
Like, I would have loved to have been born on Halloween. It's my favorite holiday.
I think it's some Canadian holiday I was born on.
I know, like, I was born December 19th. So, fucking
Yeah.
6 days before Christmas.
It's the Canadian Thanksgiving that I was born on. October 12th.
You know, I think this year we should give Canada a present for Thanksgiving. Like, maybe secede several states along the border.
Yeah, well, bitch, like, that leaves me and fucking Mage high and dry, though.
I keep trying to move you up here.
I can't handle the cold. It'd fucking
Neither
kill
can
me.
I could handle the southern tip of California.
And we got Clockwork Rex in the side chat now. And we
So,
need to pay attention because that stupid spam bot keeps coming back.
yeah.
Like, get a life, dude. Go touch grass.
Well,
bitch.
it's somebody trying to advertise a porn site.
I think that's just a bot that
Like-
keeps doing that.
Yeah, but like nobody here, like we already know where to get our porn. Thanks. We don't need you.
Actually, on the internet these days, it's harder trying to avoid the porn.
Yeah, really.
I mean, yeah, Twitter allows full-on porn, so
I was doing
I mean, it's hard to do a Google search without some of it coming up.
I was doing
you're not wrong.
what was supposed to be a G-rated search, and I was coming up with sex dolls.
Like I remember back like Windows 95, like or maybe it was 98. But I fucking was looking for a fucking website for trading stocks. I think I was trying to find the TD Ameritrade website and I misspelled it and ended up on a porn site. I was like fucking 10.
Hell, I was on earlier today when we were talking about things. I was trying to find the comic strip about tanning and being pale. And all I was pulling up cartoon and porn strips on Facebook.
Wow, I didn't think they allowed porn on Facebook.
Yeah, neither did I.
I think like 10 years ago, PayPal actually had to go and buy out a site because if you typed in PayPal's with an S on the end, it took you to a British men's magazine, lots
Yeah,
of full
sounds
frontal
about
nude.
right.
I don't see
Yeah.
the point of porn on Twitter, to be honest with you. Like like Kitty said, we know where to get our porn from. You don't need to be like, I'm sitting there scrolling, looking at Star Wars shit with Angel. All of a sudden, there's a dick in our face. So that's always fun.
Yeah, and the porn I look for doesn't have dicks in it to begin with, so
90% of the porn out there is pretty boring anyway.
yeah, no, like you're not wrong.
It's never like it's never hot people either. It's some dude that's like 300 pounds and a tiny little micro dick that thinks he's all of a sudden. Yeah, I don't get Twitter porn. Gross.
Some guy with a baby carrot.
Mm-hmm.
So I had somebody like cracking up dying in Starbucks yesterday because I was getting a drink and someone commented on my necklaces. And they're like, "Oh, I really like your necklaces." I was like, "Oh yeah, no. They're actually inspired by League of Legends and two of the characters, and I've got one for each of my partners. Basically, in League of Legends, there's a character Kindred that it's basically death and it's made up of wolf and lamb. So it's two entities in one. And the lore in the game is those who accept their death get a peaceful death by Kindred's arrow, and those that don't accept it get chased down and devoured by wolf. And they both wear masks. And so I have Lamb's mask to represent like me being Lamb, and one of my partners has Wolf's mask because Wolf wears a mask of Lamb and Lamb wears a mask of Wolf. And then there's a married couple, Zaya and Rakan, and they're both essentially bird people. And so this is Zaya's feather, and then my other partner has one of Rakan's feather because Rakan is the guy and Zaya's the girl. And it wasn't intended, but they do actually just kind of lie next to each other, looking almost like a heart. But I had mentioned that, and then they were like, "Oh, did you watch Arcane?" And I was like, "Yeah." And so then we were talking about Arcane and then Valorant, and I was like, "Yeah." And I originally said, "Oh, I'm never going to play against real people. I'll only play against bots with League of Legends." And then it was like, "Okay, well, I'll never play ranked." And I was like, "Okay, well, fine, I'll do it all." Cuz like once I reach a point where like if I before that point I can get frustrated and want to quit, but after that I've been desensitized to it. And someone's like, "Yeah, but then, when you're playing ranked, you're dealing with a lot of toxic people." And I was like, "Yeah, but honestly, like those people like are just miserable because they have micropeens and mommy issues, and because of that, I don't have to care about what they say." And the guy almost choked on his coffee. It was great.
Arcane was a good show. I hope they do another season of that.
They're going to be making another season.
Yeah, the Lavender one is back.
Good.
Feeling any better?
Did you break down and bring out the big guns, Di?
Or just drink another pot of coffee.
Nice big cup of morphine there, huh?
Okay, Diana, if you are talking to us, you are muted because we're not hearing you.
Looks like she's talking.
I'm not talking yet. You hear me now?
There you are.
Yes, we hear you lovely.
To бъде кендата я да са тебе трошта. What do we got in here? Okay.
We've got Clockwork Rex in the side chat, and we've got a bot that keeps coming back no matter how many times we hit it.
Honestly, Diana's voice reminds me of my adopted grandma. Like she lived across the street from us, and you know honestly, Diana's just a better person than her because she was kind of, racist and mean. But I mean, she wasn't nasty or mean to me or anything like that. But I mean, she did have a cat that was named the N word. So,
Were you here for my little story of that?
no,
My uncle.
I think I missed that.
My uncle had a black lab he named the N word. He wasn't trying to use it in a racist manner though. But the
Yeah.
dog got off of its leash and started running after it, and it ran past a bunch of this group of black guys.
Oh,
And he
yeah.
started
Oh
saying,
dear.
"Hey, here and." Oh dear.
What?
Now I wouldn't be telling the story unless he was already dead, because he told me not to say that story. Tell that story.
Yeah. Well,
He's already dead. He's gone. Doesn't matter anymore.
yeah. Well, my grandmother across the street, like I said, when we moved into that house when I was a kid, and you know, she just kind of like they kind of adopted us. It was Mama and Papa, and like I didn't understand because I was too little to really know. Like, I mean, granted, they didn't actually want me calling the cat by its name, which shows that they had enough self-awareness that it was not appropriate. But they, I mean, granted, what they told us to call him wasn't much better. It was basically instead of the ER, just add a Y instead. And that's, what we were supposed to call the cat.
Ah,
Um,
Oh.
That's
yeah,
even
I'm not
more.
saying it. I'm not saying it. But,
yeah.
like, I didn't understand, at
Maybe.
fucking 7 years old or whatever. Like, but they knew, like, that's, like, they didn't want us calling the cat the name they gave it. It's like, then you have the self-awareness to know that it's not right to
Yeah.
I
have
suppose the
that.
only way they could get away with that is maybe if they dropped the ER and replaced it with an A. Maybe.
No,
Not really.
no, because that would just be saying it with an accent.
Yeah, that so-called urban accent.
Well, no, exactly.
Yeah, time for a new topic.
Yeah, definitely.
Daju korostu.
What is Sylvia getting into there?
Oh, come on, honey. Don't knock everything off the tray table.
We'll see if the world was flat. That cats would knock everything off it by now. Or birds would throw everything off of it. They do that too.
Cats are not jerks. They're physicists. They're constantly testing to make sure gravity is consistent.
Yeah, que das toma de cajada.
See, Sammy doesn't do that. He has never really knocked anything off of my table. And, he's actually really cute because he asks permission. He likes to play with the bottle caps, but if I leave one on the corner of the table, he just kind of puts one paw at the edge of the table and looks at me like, okay, I caused mischief now?
Oh man, this one you leave something on the table and she's off with it in half a second.
The only thing he's ever done that with is he steals my hair binders. Usually off of the bathroom sink.
Okay, yeah, this
When
one.
I take my hair down, if I leave the binder on the bathroom sink, I won't be able to find it again.
If Sylvia can pick it up, she'll steal it.
My bird would used to steal my hair ties. And my little cocktail once she grabbed my hair tie, flipped it around and was wearing it like a necklace. Seemed very proud about that too. I had to get it off of her though, of course, because that's dangerous.
Yeah, cat I had when I lived in New York, Wapo, he loved to play, his favorite toy was the ring from the bottle of the milk, from the milk cap.
Sylvia loves those.
Yeah, that was his favorite toy. And one time he bit one of them, and it flipped over around his nose.
Oops.
And he couldn't get it off. It was annoying the hell out of him, and he couldn't get it off.
My word. Did you have to deal with a panicked cat?
No, I got it off for him.
The asshole my mom dated had false teeth, and my cat got a hold of his teeth and was running around with it, so it looked like the cat had a big toothy grin.
Clockwork Rick says cats don't need names anyway. They barely respond to them.
Of course they need names. They need something to ignore.
But Sammy responds to him. He'll come when I call him. But yeah, I am fairly convinced that Sammy is actually a dog in a cat suit. He doesn't do most of the annoying things that people just expect of cats.
Yeah, there you go.
And he will come to his name. When I'm laying in bed at night and I call him, he'll come up on the bed.
Okay.
My dad had a cat named Shithead. Because
Yeah.
he'd have him get into the litter box, stick its butt outside the litter box, and poo.
Yeah, Sammy had a habit of spraying over the side of the litter box. So instead of a standard litter box, I've had to use one of the 10-quart bins. So the sides are about a foot tall.
So what, did you have to cut a door in the end of it?
No, I leave the bucket of cat litter next to it so you can use that for a step to get in and out.
Okay.
No more binoculars, full fat, black sensed.
What was that, Manda?
Full black screen. Full
That is Angel.
Manda, were you talking to us or were you just talking to Angel?
Angel was telling me something that thanks, but I actually gotta get going at work in the morning, so.
Okay.
Alright.
Yep, you take care of yourselves.
Well, you try to be
Try-
good.
You try to recharge yourself there.
I will. Night.
Daju Korostu.
Hey.
Sloth Girl was a little too excited, so when my presents came from Amazon, she had to have me open them right away. She wasn't going to wait till next week.
That's cute. Sorry, my son was ready for bed. He got up a little early today and he got kind of cranky. Like, he came over crying, I miss Dad. And I was like, well, Dad had to go to bed because he's got to be up early for work. He's like, I want to go to bed. I'm like, okay, then let's get you ready for bed. So, I'm back. Because I love you guys, but, like, obviously, he takes priority.
Of course. Well, yeah, you gotta take care of your family first.
There's this kitty over here.
I'm gonna see if I can make a plushie of your avatar purple. I was gonna take some trial and error, because I'm not super good at plushies, but I have some ideas. Like, it'll be simplified a bit, but...
Well, would you want to talk to Junie? Because I think that avatar is Junie's responsibility, right? She might be able to help make patterns.
Yeah, Junie created this one.
Well, making a sewing pattern, is different than creating a piece of art, but...
Yeah, definitely different.
But I might, talk to her and see.
Sloth Girl and I used to make stuffed dinosaurs and sell them at craft shows.
You might be able to get
ages ago.
You might be able to get a larger version of that image to work from, so you can see a little bit more.
Well, I can certainly send you the original file she sent me. house on your own.
Yeah.
So if you need to blow it up.
Yeah, the better the starting resolution, the overall better the final thing will be. But, I mean, it's not going to be a one-to-one. Like, it's just kind of an inspired size. So what I might do is look and see if I can't find any... I'm basically going to look for, like, furry dinosaur plushies. Like, fucking Anthro, because that would probably be my best starting point, and then tweak it from there. But I have people close to me that are, so
Yeah,
like,
same. I've never been into the furry stuff myself, but since I had been in several kink groups in the past, there was always some furry people in each of those groups.
Yeah, and like there are tons of furries that aren't, into the kink at all, as well. But hey, I mean, it's not hurting anybody, so do you. Like, that's very much my motto. It might not be for me, but you do you.
Clockwork Rex says you should make a Yoda plushie, but I'll bet the moment you finish it, Mickey Mouse will be at your door.
Yeah, probably.
Or my sister or son will just fucking yoink it from me. Because both of them absolutely love Baby Yoda.
Yep. But yeah, it's again, I'm trying to think of what. I don't know, it was like the late 80s that Sloth Girl and I were making stuffed dinosaurs. And
I would have been a small child.
yeah. Well, that's what I was thinking of, and I was realizing that, yeah, Sloth Girl's daughter was like 3 or 4 years old at the time.
Okay, so then Sloth Girl's daughter would be about my age. I was born in 1986, the end of 1986.
Yeah, I believe her daughter was born in 84.
Yeah. So,
That's
I was
Sloth Girl
born
was still
the
only
year the
29.
Challenger exploded.
But Sloth Girl was still only 29,
Absolutely.
even though she
Just
had a
29
child almost
again.
40 years ago.
It doesn't matter. Once you hit 29, you just turn 29 again, over and over.
Okay, so how many times have they been 29?
Doesn't matter.
Oh, it's like
Okay,
Jack Benny.
Special celebration on the 29th anniversary of your 29th birthday.
There you go. There you go.
So, for anyone who is wondering, these are the parts to the hat. So you sew them right sides together and then press down the seams flat, and then I'll be going over and sewing on either side of the seam here just to keep everything nice and flat and even. So I'll be doing it for, because this is the part of the hat that actually goes on your head. This part here is for the brim, and then I've got circles for the top. And I need two of the circles and then two pieces each. So 2 full brims and 2 full sides to the hat, so that once everything's done, I sew it all together as a reversible hat.
Yep.
And this is a tailor's ham. It is super helpful when dealing with curves, because trying to essentially iron these flat, like when you iron the top one, it can mess up the bottom one, and vice versa. So a tailor's ham is filled with basically like sawdust, and it's in a little like ham in a can shape, and it's really good for pressing open seams that are rounded, or for like collars and stuff, because I can set it in there and then open up the seam and then press on it and get a nice crisp seam.
Yeah, I'm gonna need to get one of those again.
Oh, I love my tailor's ham.
Well, I didn't iron anything for decades, but getting into women's clothes, I have to iron some things again.
Yes, I'm going to make you a hat, I think, and it's gonna be.
But I don't want to be a hat.
Well, I don't care. It's a gift. I'm going to turn you into a hat. But no, I think I'll do like something pastel, or maybe I'll see if I can cut up this pattern. Oh, that's what I'll do. So because it's reversible, what I think I'll do is on one side, it'll just be kind of like a dinosaur print or maybe a femme print. I'll pick a few fabrics and see which one you like, and that'll be the outside. And then for the inside, I'll see if I can't cut up this pattern in a way where I can piece the fabrics together to essentially make the trans pride flag, but for the inside. So you can wear it with the outside and have your trans pride like hidden, so to speak, on the inside. So if you're out and about and you're not sure if it's a safe place, you know, you don't have to worry about it, but then you can just flip the hat over and have, you know, the trans pride colors for, like, if you go to a pride parade or something.
That's a neat idea.
Yeah.
That's what I think I'm going to do.
I've heard that there is a pride festival here, but, you know, as the whole COVID thing and avoiding groups of people, haven't been able to go to it since we've been here.
What happened to the other one that I made? Because I made another hat for my son. It was the first one that I made, but it ended up being a little bit too small, and I swore I just saw it a minute ago. And it's gonna bug me if I can't find it.
Nesta carrado. Tayo korostu.
Ow!
Damn cat.
Yeah, I have to wear the headphones now. If Sammy hears Sylvia, he gets up in the screen.
Yeah.
Like, here's some interesting. The grow bags are usually made of felt or other non-woven impressed fabrics. Oh, it's not here.
I can hear you.
Okay.
Okay, felt. Cool. Yeah, I can pick up some nice heavy felt. So, this was the first one that I made. I made it slightly different in that I put more interfacing in the top, so the top has a bit more structure.
Yeah, I can see that looks stiffer.
So it's almost more like a little fedora, like, but it was just a little bit too small. Like, it fits his head, but it's kind of snug, so I made the next size up for him. But it's basically because it's reversible, you know, could have like just something on the outside that is just kind of your everyday thing, and then when you go to like a pride parade or something like that, just flip it around and then boom, trans pride. It's Chibi Avengers on this side,
Oh, okay.
and then the other side is Mario Kart.
Yep.
That's a really neat idea, though.
Well, because like it's not always safe to show your colors, and like I would do it so that the bottom would just be, you know, like blue. So like when the hat's on, even if you flip the brim up, it'd just be a plain blue. But then when you turn it the other way around, I would have it with the white and then the pink, you know, and it would basically just be like a modification, and it would just look like a hat. You wouldn't necessarily scream trans pride, but you would know it.
Yeah, you can have that for all lots of different other types of flags.
Yeah, well, I haven't been completely closeted here either. I've always had a couple of pride buttons on my jacket.
I'm just saying, like, it's something I definitely want to try.
Yeah.
Like,
But
because it'll be a challenge, but I think it'll be a fun challenge.
I know it is still a kind of level thing that, you know, even if the pride buttons haven't really caught anyone's attention, trans is kind of a different field and tends to get more hostility.
Absolutely. Although, I mean, if I had any small children, I would absolutely fucking trust them in a restroom with you before I would any GOP politician. Like, I do not trust fucking Republican politicians.
All right.
Yeah. I already went through the bathroom battles because I was raising kids in the 90s, and at that time, that was, they just started putting changing tables into the men's bathroom about the time that my youngest was about 6.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so, I had a lot of occasions of being at the store with a daughter less than 10 years old, and it's like, okay, I gotta keep an eye on her, so I can't just let her go in there alone.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, men freak out. Even if you bring a 6-year-old girl into the bathroom, men freak out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, one of the problems is people do tend to get trigger happy where men and kids are involved. I mean, I had a cop stop me once because I was sitting in the local park and a couple of kids from the school nearby started talking to me.
Mm-hmm.
And, okay, these kids are talking to me, I'll talk with them, and then smile and take care. And one of the teachers, I guess, called the cops. And
Yeah,
I'm just about home.
I've had a couple of incidents because just for some reason, kids just come up to me. That any child that gets separated from their parent in the store will somehow find me. So I just get random little kids coming up and starting to talk to me, and it's like, you've no idea who I am. Where's your mother?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like, did you guys see? I just saw it like on the news recently. There was a campground, and there was a trans man that, because like a bathroom bill or whatever went into place, he talked to like the owner of the campground and was like, which bathroom am I supposed to use? And he's like, you're supposed to use the women's bathroom because you're biologically a woman. And so he did, and like the women freaked out, and he ended up getting like physically assaulted and beat up by like their husbands or boyfriends or whatever. When it's like, dude, like I have female parts, like, but I was told this is the bathroom I have to use, but it's someone who obviously looks like a dude. So I mean, it's like they don't understand like trans men exist, and so when they think trans, they're just like, oh, it's a trans woman, and so it's just a non-passing trans woman. It's like, no, it's a man, but because he was born with a uterus, you expect this dude that looks very much like a dude to go into the women's room, and then there's a problem.
Yeah.
Trans men just even aren't on the radar.
I've also heard of actual women, they actually identify as women going to the women's bathroom, but just because they don't look feminine enough, they get attacked.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
They
right,
get,
right.
Oh yeah,
like
there's been cis
you're-
women who have been arrested for that.
Yeah, and it's like, what, do you want me to fucking like whip out my clit right now? Like, do I need to show you that I have a clitoris, that I have a vagina? Like, the fuck? I mean, it's not something I'm ever gonna have to worry about, because I mean, nobody would look at me and think you're not a woman, but it really sucks. But like, I don't understand why we have gendered bathrooms to begin with. Like, honestly, just have stalls with doors that go from top to bottom,
Oh, I know the answer to that one.
and leave it at that.
It comes from when women were first entering into the workforce. They thought they needed a space for themselves.
But in this day and age, we don't. Like, you can have a camera by the sinks area,
It's actually all very,
and then just
very
have
sexist.
floor to ceiling stall doors, so like the cameras can't see into the stalls, but it can see the hand washing area. So then if someone goes to attack someone, you can like see it happening and send help or prosecute the person, but you're also not risking the privacy of anyone,
Yeah, it came from the whole view of women being, belonging in the home.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it actually came all the way back to the 1800s, that the the public bathrooms and stores and that were made to be for men only. And part of that was a deliberate attempt to keep women at home, that they just wouldn't have access to bathrooms if they went out in public for too long.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
You just ran out of stuff to say?
No, I just muted my mic so that I could sew quickly without the sewing machine being too loud. Because like if I go slow, it's fine, but if I go fast, it gets
Yeah.
loud. But here, I can show you the difference that it makes. So this side is just press. I haven't stitched it yet. And then this is the side that I stitched. So it stays nice and flat and crisp. So you get the stitching on either side. And then when the hat goes into final assembly, what I'll do is I will make sure to line up these seams on the inside and out so that they're lying flat against each other, and then I'll do another stitch in the middle in between these two to essentially attach the side of the hat and the brim together so that it doesn't shift around at all, and so that you can't just like pull it apart where you'd have like a big loopy hat.
Here's another thing. Grow bags are constructed from a polypropylene felt-like fabric, which is breathable and allows for air pruning. And the fabric must be BPA-free and food safe.
Okay, I'll have to like find the right fabric. It shouldn't be hard to, find it, and then I can order some of it and go from there.
Yeah. In fact, I know some people who used bed liners, basically for weed control. I'm not sure how well that would work, considering that stuff tends to be kind of thin.
Yeah, you mean the landscape fabric?
Yeah, the landscape fabrics.
Yeah, also exposed to sunlight, that stuff tends to deteriorate.
Yeah, you wouldn't want that.
Yeah, so I could see if you used that and you had it hanging outside all summer, I could see the fabric weakening and just the dirt just bursting out of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So basically, now that this is stitched down and all nice and neat, I have to, well, it's actually a little bit easier to do this from this side, but I'll put a couple of clips on it just so that I can get the midpoint marked. I will line up these two things because I know that these here are the midpoint. And so to get my quarter points, which is what's going to make it a lot easier to put the hat together later, I'll put a clip here and then another one here, and I just kind of gently pull it tight so that I can then go to this far edge here and just snip a little triangle. So then now I have a little triangle mark, and I can use that to mark and match up the little snips that I made on this top part too. So when I go to put it, like one will match to each of the triangles, and then one and then 2 of them will match to the seams here in the middle. And like you can do it with like a marking pen, but because this hat has a 1/2 inch seam allowance, it's fine because like that it's, you know, less than 1/8 of an inch in, so all of that triangle is going to end up gobbled up by the seam allowance. So when it comes time, I'll take one of my 4 corner marks and match it right sides together to one of the marks here. And you start by matching up all of the triangles first, or your 4 corners, you know, and then essentially you just kind of ease it in place. Like I'll make little snips around the outside part, not the circle, but I'll match up the 2, and then I'll do a couple of relief cuts where I'm just going maybe 1/8 of an inch or so deep. And by putting these cuts, it makes it a lot easier to stretch the fabric out so that I can essentially ease the circle into the hole of this ring. And relief cuts are very helpful for that. And you always want to make sure that you're cutting the smaller of the 2 things. Like the circle is a little bit bigger than the outer ring. So the outer ring is the part that you need to do your relief cuts in. And like you can get away with doing like a few bigger cuts. Like I tend to only go 1/8 of an inch in. Like I could do a few like less cuts if I did them like 1/4 of an inch in, where there's a little bit more give, but I always like to err on the side of caution when doing relief cuts, and I'd rather do more smaller cuts than a couple of bigger ones and accidentally cut too far, you know?
That makes sense.
And then also a lot of times I'll use pins at the 4 corners and then clips in between. Actually, I think I will do that. I just didn't have my thing on hand. But by having pins in here, the clips hold it just fine, but the pins are a little bit more precise, and they hold it without budging. Like, whereas the clips can slide if you tug on it a little bit, the pins are not going to do that. So then I find, like, and I'm matching up my little triangle notches.
Yep. Yeah, Soft Girl just got another bucket of those clips for her projects.
Oh, these clover clips are the best thing ever. They're so good. Like, I break them all the time because I work with thicker materials when I'm making bags and stuff. So, like, I tend to break them because I'll pinch them open just a little too far and they'll break. I mean, they're just little plastic clips, you know, but they're inexpensive, so it doesn't really matter. So I've got my 4 points, and then I'll basically just go, and it doesn't matter if it's a little bit bubbly, like while I'm clipping it, because as I go through on the sewing machine, I'm really only worried about like 2 inches at a time, and I can stretch this outer part open more as I'm sewing it, and it gets sewn, like I said, right sides together, and then I'll trim the seam allowance and then sew it down so it gives more structure to the hat. Like, these hats are pretty easy and a lot of fun to make. I definitely plan on making more, but this is where the relief cuts come in handy. And now that I actually have a really crisp camera, like, I can set it up on a little tripod and actually record while I'm making these, which would be really nice.
Is that like after they've dropped them all in the fall, that in the spring they relief?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Honestly, fall is probably my favorite season. Like, I love winter because I'm that bitch that like gray, like rainy, drizzly, like fucking Massachusetts like winter days, like not snowing, but just when you've got that gray sky and it's just like chilly and rainy, like people call that miserable. I love those kinds of days. Um, but my body does not love those kinds of days. And like the fall seems to be the most comfortable season for me because it's not too hot and not too cold. Because I have to perpetually be in like a Goldilocks zone. Because if it's too hot, I get fucked up, and if it's too cold, I get fucked up. So
I like the fall, except that leaf mold plays havoc on my allergies.
yeah. All right. So basically, it'll be all clipped like that, and then I'll go along stitching it, and I've got a stiletto to help me, and then I'll turn it right side out, and like the top of the hat will be done, at least one half of the top of the hat. And because it can be a little bit tricky, like getting it eased in, like what I'll do is the pins, I keep reaching for my wrist because I normally keep this attached to my wrist. I'll actually put a couple of pins in to keep it nice and flat. And so I'll scoot my clips out of the way a little bit and use pins where I'm going to start and leave myself enough room to be able to start and stop. But I don't want the fabric running away and like sliding so that it, is not lined up. So I will also take and do a pin in sideways like this so that even if I turn the fabric when I'm going under the sewing machine like this, it's still lined up, like it's not gonna shift. So when I go to put it in the sewing machine, I'll be putting it down like this, and then I can stretch this top part to ease in the circle.
Yeah,
And
little bit clockwork. I might be thinking about Betty Bye soon.
Okay, so we should be wrapping up soon.
At least I don't have to be awake at 4 in the morning. I mean, dialysis starts at 10, so.
Yeah. I'm glad I don't have to get up at 7 in today,
Yeah.
tomorrow.
Yeah, I have to say that, yeah, I've been already on the way down because I only got 2 hours last night, so.
You gastame metrado. Yeah, I was for a while trying to use melatonin to help me fall asleep, and unfortunately, I'm getting the impression that melatonin keeps me awake.
I have heard of some people having the opposite effect.
that, or it might just be that, if your body acclimates to it, you end up needing more of it in order to be able to fall asleep. Because, like, the melatonin does come in different dosages.
No, it might be too much of a dose too.
Yeah, I don't know. The stuff I've been trying is the gummies at, I think it's 2.5 or 2 milligrams.
That's way a lot. The stuff I take is 300 micrograms.
Huh. Like, my son, like, the child's dosage is, like, 1 or 2 milligrams.
Yeah,
so
2
the ones that my
milligrams I
son-
think is the most common one that you'll find.
Yeah, let me have a look and see and make sure that I'm not talking out.
Yeah, I tried the melatonin for a while too because I've tried everything that anyone will suggest can make you sleep.
And the
Yeah.
darn thing is that I would be jumpy, feeling like I had just drunk 10 cups of coffee.
That's odd.
You're not taking any alcohol with it, are you?
Oh, no. I have a drinking problem. There's booze all over the house and I forget to drink it. That's a problem. 2.5 milligrams of melatonin.
Yeah, I mean, that's like my son's dosage, I think, is 1 milligram for his melatonin gummies.
Yeah, I gotta find
Yeah,
out where
1
around-
milligram. So yeah, the kids' dosage is 1 milligram. I've seen some that go all the way up to 10 milligrams.
So have I. Yeah.
Yeah, remember Kate was saying she was taking some like 1 or 2 milligrams, tablets, and that was wigging her out. So maybe you try a lower dosage stuff.
Yeah, I had 5 milligram tablets for a while just because since it wasn't working, they kept increasing the dosage.
Hey, Randy, how you doing, sweetness?
Randy's here? I haven't seen that fucker in ages. How you doing, bro? And before anyone says anything, fucker is a term of endearment to me.
There you go.
You mean like the Australians calling me a cunt?
Exactly.
I had thought of that and you beat me to it. Yeah.
Hey, like, there's nothing wrong with, using all kinds of terms of endearment. Like some use doll, sweetie, honey.
Okay, the link I just put in the side chat is the link to the melatonin I got. It's not that expensive. It's only about $6.95.
Okay, I paid almost $14 for the stuff I got.
Yeah, any of those supplements, they get pricey pretty quick.
They can be.
Yeah, my son's melatonin is not cheap.
And there's always the risk of what you're getting is not what what it actually is.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's so poorly regulated that you can never really count on the dosage being what it says it is.
It's not regulated at all. Thing is.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's regulated so far as they can't, like, put fucking strychnine in it, but,
Yeah.
Yeah, but there's nothing to guarantee that the potency is the dosage that it says it is per pill.
Yeah.
Yes.
Or even that it's all that consistent, that if you buy 2 bottles on different dates, you may not have the same thing, even if it's the same label.
Yeah.
That's one thing I like about the CBD oil I order is that the stuff is actually lab tested.
Mm-hmm. And this is why I am more of a proponent of legalizing, taxing, and regulating drugs as opposed to allowing them to continue on a black market where you cannot control them. Because, like, if a person wants to fuck up their life, I believe they have a right to do it, like, it's entirely, your thing. But if we regulate them, then we can make sure that they are safe, because I'm all about harm reduction and, having access to safe drugs where people aren't overdosing because, they think that, their gram of heroin or whatever is straight heroin, but instead it's fucking fentanyl, and
yeah, that's the main thing, to make sure that people are getting what they think they're getting and not taking something that they don't know is in there.
Because most of the time when you see these people overdosing on heroin, it's not actually heroin they're overdosing on, it's fucking fentanyl.
There you go, Randy. Come on in.
Sorry, like, another reason I like making these hats is because it forces me to practice sewing curves, which, is not the easiest. Straight lines, like super straight lines, are difficult, and curves are difficult in a different way, like, I actually have an easier time sewing curves than I do perfectly straight lines, but it's still a challenge getting everything to fit together just right, so.
Yeah, you're just leaning over like that to make me jealous because your hair is growing back so well.
Yeah, well, I mean, fucking, like, some 18 inches of it was cut off.
Yep. Looks like you got most of it back already.
Not all of it, it's still shorter than it was, but at least, it has grown back enough that it doesn't really matter as much. But yeah, my hair does tend to grow pretty fast.
Yeah, mine's just stuck at this length. It doesn't get any longer anymore.
Yeah, my sister has that issue. Like her hair will only grow to a certain length and then that's it. It will not get any longer.
Yeah,
Mine
yeah.
used to be a lot longer, but after I got it cut, it only came back to my shoulder blades, and it's been like that for over 15 years now.
Let's see, I think mine is coming down to around the small of my back.
You know, I mean, the hormones might actually help.
Yeah, it's been mentioned that's a possibility, but I'm not gonna get too psyched about it.
Well, I'm just saying because, I mean, one of the things, my sister has PCOS, which it also has hormone imbalance. So her hair issues, you know, it makes sense.
Hello.
Hey, sweetie.
And, you know, so a little bit more time on HRT and you might get longer hair.
Yep.
Hey, Randy.
All right.
The
Almost
phrase?
done. His internet is always a potato.
Yeah. Yeah, I think our village is still stuck with the satellite internet, so it's a bit of an erratic signal.
Oh, mine? No, I got rid of it a long time ago.
Oh, okay, you got something there now?
It's cutting out right now. I have no idea why. Yeah, I don't know what's going on at all.
I see you upgraded to 2 potatoes.
Still in town.
Alright, so
Yeah, well, the doctors like me.
I got it stitched into place, and now I gotta try some.
So what's up with everyone?
It's
How much are they gonna
Ogden
have?
Foo.
Oh, I just finished a pet
How's
sitting.
your health doing, Diana?
My health isn't worth shit, man. Oh, no, I was at A&E
Yeah, mine's on a
yesterday.
roller coaster right now. I don't know if I'm on a, you know. A&E.
Accident and emergency.
Broke up. Oh. Yeah, I don't know what stuff is.
Yeah, yesterday I was there because the arthritis was giving me shit, as it usually does, and I'm at the dialysis center screaming, and it's like, okay, do you want
Horrible stuff.
do you want an ambulance? And it's like, well, the ambulance, the emergency, they don't do anything for me, but I got lucky. They actually gave me 2 oxycodone at the emergency room.
Yeah, it looks like you can actually split those in half too.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have the appointment with my GP to get the referral to a pain clinic until Monday. And at the rate I'm going, I'm gonna have
Medical stuff sucks. It really
yeah.
does.
Especially in this country.
Yeah.
Dan ze weggaan, dat toch wel een keer dat die stonden in bij
I
de
can't really
post.
help anybody else at this time.
Yeah, there are times I feel like going down the street and trying to score a bag of heroin, but
that won't
unfortunately,
help the pain.
Well-
Heroin doesn't do really fuck all for pain unless your pain is caused by withdrawal from opiates. Like, heroin was created because they were trying to make a better morphine, but they
Right.
removed the pain relieving effects and increased its addictiveness, and that was pretty much it.
'cause I remember morphine. I had morphine when my ankle was surgically set, and I really liked morphine. Unfortunately, I read that it's contraindicated for kidney patients because you can't clear very well.
So no morphine clotters, huh?
Say again?
Morphine clotters.
Yeah.
Yeah,
There you
unfortunately,
go. I'm gonna go home and have a reefer sandwich and a doggone a liquor drink.
Sounds tasty.
can't you solve for just licking your own drink? You've got to lick hers too.
Honestly, though, Di, I think that you should look into getting medical marijuana. It's probably the safest thing that you could be taking because opiates are rough on your kidneys.
Oh yeah, absolutely they are.
Yeah, let's try and look into that.
And I don't think marijuana is as rough on the kidneys.
I do need to
That
call.
opiates are. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I do need to call my transplant coordinator and see if there's anything else I need to do. I mean, I got a good report back on the anal probe, so now I need to know, what else there is before they can start going ahead with the other stuff. So while I'm talking to her, I might have to ask about medical marijuana.
I hope they got it available.
Yeah, I got a VA, so they frown on that, and I tell them who gives a shit.
Well, in Minnesota, technically it's legal with a prescription, but they wrote the law in such a way that they made the doctors afraid to prescribe it.
Yeah, it's one of the things they'll do. And the other thing is, here in Pennsylvania anyway, for the medical marijuana, I would be totally out of pocket, and I understand it's not exactly cheap.
No, but I mean, if everybody were to chip in a couple of bucks, I'm sure that we can at least do something to take the edge off your pain,
Yeah.
Like, I would chip in a couple of bucks to help with that. Alright, so now I just did the top stitching around the top here, and it keeps the seam allowance in place and it gives it more structure. So the cap part of one side of the hat is now done. And then I will basically do the same thing I did of sewing down the seam allowance on both sides here and mark it in the same way with the little snips. And then the bottom part of the hat will be done, and then I just have to do the other part.
It's adorable.
Like, I love sewing, and I love being able to show. I love being able to show how things are done,
Moo.
Like, I like sharing that skill with people. So, got my little snips, and then I just gotta stitch this down and then stitch it to here. And I'll be doing the same thing I did before of making the relief cuts all the way around. But I'll do that after I stitch down the seam allowance.
Another video I'm working on.
Complicated.
Another video I'm working on for it is I just was walking around my garden and I decided to film some of the tomato plants I had, and I did a little thing with that. So now I'm just kind of waiting for the other half of that video to come through. You haven't seen my garden channel, have you, Harmonica Man?
I have not. I got rid of the internet for, how was it, 9 months ago or something? So once in a great while, I'll just come in and check my emails into town. It's like 10 miles away. So I never really had enough time to look at English stuff because I've been gigging just about every night. We're getting kind of semi-famous in this state. So, I mean, we've already been booked for, like Key West, and we're getting into Margaritaville down there and all that stuff. And go along the way, Chicago and Tennessee, all that stuff, all the big spots we're already getting booked for that stuff through like next year. We're already booking next year, so we're getting there.
While you can, ride the wave.
Sounds
Yeah.
busy,
Money
yeah.
to right now.
Nice.
Oh yeah, it's a lot of work too. A lot of eating food that ain't good for you on the road. Very little sleep at all. Gotta have a coffee or something before you can even start playing because your feet feel like they're 500 pounds each because you've been moving heavy equipment back and forth for days. It's not easy. Find time to practice and actually play and do that stuff. It's just go to the stage and do your thing. And that's basically what I do. I get told to show up, I'll get paid a whole bunch of money and go out there and be a jackass.
There you go.
And it seems to work. It's the funnest thing. It really is.
Clockwork, right? Yeah, I would love to be able to go.
And my movie premiere got canceled because something about the ship that we were making a movie about. I'm sorry, what?
Oh, just replying to what Clockwork Rex was saying, he can grow his own estate. I would love to be able to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
Florida
did-
barely passed medical.
I did read that the Minnesota now has made some gummies with THC in them legal. That's a recent thing, so I don't know where I buy them around here, but I'll have to look for them.
It might be the gummies that I was telling you about before because they're legal here without a marijuana card. And they've got the Delta 8 THC in them. It's a very small amount, but it's
Okay,
good.
actually, the Delta 8 actually doesn't have the THC. That's got the CBD oil. But
No,
the
this
Delta,
is
okay, the Delta 9 are ones that actually have the THC.
okay.
And
Well,
That's what just got approved in Minnesota, and the two Republicans that voted for the bill are whining that they got pricked.
like, because I have them here, and I think it's Delta 8 and Delta 9 that are in the ones that I have here. I'll have to double check. Because
Yeah, Sadie,
All
I've
right,
been
guys.
seeing
I'm
about.
my phone's about to hit up.
Oh, okay.
Love y'all.
Thanks for checking
As
in.
always,
You going bye-bye? Okay, dear.
remember,
hold on, they're in here somewhere.
Yeah, Sadie, Mall America is like more than an hour and a half drive for me. And currently I'm without a car, so that's just not doable at all.
I've been at the Mall of America. That was amazing. I don't know how it is nowadays, though.
Nah, the only reason I would go in there anymore is the Lego store.
Okay, so these are Delta 8 and Delta 9.
Yeah, the Delta 9 are what has the THC in them.
Yeah, I just know because it says Delta 8 gummies on the
Yeah.
front, and but it says Delta 8 THC on the front of the bag.
Yeah, I had picked up, actually Soft Roll picked up some of the Delta 8 ones for me, because those we could buy here. But they didn't really do anything for me. They're expensive, and I didn't get anything more from them than the buzz I'd get off about 3 shots of whiskey. But I'll have to try some with the Delta 9 and see if those help.
Yeah, I know, like, these definitely, they hit me pretty hard. I don't take them very often
Yeah.
because, my doctor is not a fan of marijuana. Like, I think it's stupid, but,
Yeah, and there are a couple of shops around here that, probably sell them. It's just a matter of figuring out which ones I can get to on the bus.
but I would say check local vape shops, like where you could buy e-cigarettes, because a lot of those places tend to stock
Yeah.
the CBD and the Delta 8 and Delta 9, and also a lot of them will stock Kratom as well. And while Kratom, at least the red Kratom that I use, it doesn't like give me like a loopy effect, but it does help ease my pain.
Yeah.
Like, it's not a huge amount, but it's more than fucking anything non-opiate can do, you know?
Diana Sadie's asking if you can join in.
Oh, yeah, where can I find, do you have a Twitter link? Then I can follow you and you can follow me, and then I would be able to send you a link into here over Twitter, unless I just put the link in the,
No, because there was a bot earlier, so it might not be a good idea to...
Yeah.
oh, what do you have here? Okay, let me get started on that. Mess Cell Geek. I will follow you, and then if you want, you can follow me at Lavender Lady 0. Let's see what we've got. Oh, I see. Oh, you are already following me. Okay. Okay, so I'm following you now. What I will do...
Oh, nice. I can upload videos to the DM groups. Groups on Twitter. Cool.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I wanted to play around with making AMVs. With to kind of get some practice in with the video editing.
Oh man, AMVs, that takes me back.
I don't know what an AMV is.
Anime music video.
Well, actually, the one I wanted to do for quite a while was take
There we are.
some of the clips
Alright.
from the Puppet Masters. The Puppet Master, you know, the little dolls that kill things. And put it to
Okay.
little things that kill.
Alright, look in your DM, and you should see a link into the panel here.
So it's starting to look like a hat.
Yeah, it is actually.
When you see the link into the panel, you want to pull the red wire, not the blue wire.
Ah, hello there. Hello. Greetings and felicitations. How the heck are you?
There I am.
Yay! Welcome to Lavender Ladyland and all that good happy stuff.
Welcome to hell if you're in the US.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Well, welcome to Double Hell, then.
At least I live in Minnesota.
Yeah,
Yeah.
some parts of the country are not so bad yet.
Yeah, I'm currently in Cincinnati. I want to move here, but I don't. So.
Oh man, no. I personally would suggest, if there's any way you could avoid it, do not move into Ohio. No.
Yeah. The only downside is this is where my the program is that I want to get into.
Oh boy. Okay.
So, they are at the top in research.
Yeah.
Yeah, I spent 31 years in Ohio, and
I was
God,
in Texas for 5 years. That was long enough.
I'm in Florida and have been for 30 years now, so it sucks.
Yeah.
I've been here in Florida.
Ohio is just as bad as Texas, but they don't want to admit that here.
Yeah, it's amazing how red Ohio has got in the last few years.
That's what happens when the Democrats stop caring about the fucking Rust Belt and the working class.
Yeah. I mean, Ohio used to go back and forth I remember when they had a
Yeah.
love affair with Jimmy Rhodes,
Well,
Republican
right up
piece of
until the
shit.
Al Gore thing, Ohio was still considered a swing state.
Yeah.
You know, that it was one of the ones that they figured could flip the election for Al Gore.
If the Supreme Court hadn't done some fuckery.
Yeah.
Yeah. At least, well, Cincinnati's not as bad. Like, there's pockets of Ohio that's okay.
Well, yeah, Cleveland, where I lived, wasn't that bad. I mean,
Yeah.
all the blue collar workers and everything else, but still.
That's
Like
right.
Orlando's not too bad where I am. It's one of the bluer parts of Florida.
Yeah. Well, and generally that's the case.
I worked for
It's a large
Starbucks and I had to transfer to the Cincinnati store for 10 weeks, and I took a $4 an hour pay cut
Jesus
from
Christ.
Minnesota because that's what the pay difference is here versus in Minnesota.
Sorry, but if they forced you to transfer, like, why the fuck are they
They
gonna
didn't force me to transfer, but I had to because I need my insurance. So I'm just like, I'm only here for 10 weeks, but it's still like, after my insurance on my last paycheck, I had like $10.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah. But I need my insurance because my medicine's expensive.
Yep, I know how that goes. One of my medications is like fucking $600 without insurance or a coupon.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, there's where
My
I'm worried.
Dupixent is like up in the 10 grand.
Mm-hmm.
And that $600 lasts for not even 4 weeks, 24 days.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, I'm in the market for a kidney, and as far as I understand, the co-payments on immunosuppressants would kill me anyway.
Well, that was another of the big reasons for me getting back to Minnesota, is I knew the Medicare was a lot better here than any other state I've lived in.
The only downside is I can't use the state insurance in Minnesota because then I wouldn't be able to leave the state to get medical care. And I have to go to Chicago for medical care.
Got something that they can't
So
handle.
nobody here knows how to treat me.
I find that odd. Between the university hospitals and Mayo Clinic, I find it odd you have to
Mayo
leave
Clinic
state.
sucks. You couldn't pay me to go to Mayo
Yeah,
Clinic.
no, fuck the Mayo Clinic. Absolutely. Like, they're fucking terrible.
Treats you like they treat you like everything's psychosomatic.
Or, like, I went there and they're just like, oh, just exercise and pray. That will help you with your pain.
Yeah, and they make you see one of their psychologists when you come there, when you go there, and usually they're not covered by insurance. To be able to, like, for anything.
And they're also fucking disingenuous. Like, if the pray your pain away wasn't bad enough, I've told this story before. It was a couple years ago on Twitter. They did like a Q&A, and someone said, hey, I'm thinking about quitting smoking, and so I was considering switching to vaping to help me quit smoking. And they're like, no, don't do that. E-cigarettes have propylene glycol in them, and that's an ingredient in antifreeze. Scare. They're like,
That's what people take.
no, let me finish. They're like, if you want to quit, talk to your doctor about a prescription for the new Nicotrol inhaler. And they have the information packet with the ingredients list, and the first ingredient of the Nicotrol inhaler is propylene glycol. The same thing they were demonizing as being an antifreeze.
Mm-hmm.
That's basically what Miralax is.
Miralax?
It's also in medical inhalers. It's like one of the inert ingredients in fucking albuterol inhalers.
Yeah, I'm allergic to it. Like, especially like if I'm at a park or someplace where they're like doing foggers and they use that stuff.
Yeah, I was gonna say, that's another thing. They use it in fog machines. Like, and
Yeah.
it's
They use it
harmless
to de-isolate
unless you have an allergy or a sensitivity to it. It's completely harmless. Like they did an experiment with monkeys and they put them in a fucking cage with propylene glycol and they just pumped it in like constantly. And then they fucking cranked it up to like saturate it. And the only negative effect the monkeys had was it dried out their mucous membranes. So their nose and their mouth, because I mean, it's a monkey and it does draw moisture out of things. Like they use it in some hospitals in their air purifier systems because it dries out like viruses, bacteria, and such in the air to make it so that they don't survive as long. So yeah, I mean, I mean, while technically it's true, it is an ingredient in some antifreezes. It's put in those antifreezes to make them less toxic. It's polypropylene glycol, which is the antifreeze that is very toxic. I did a lot of like reading on this stuff, like when I went to switch from smoking to vaping, because I realized, you know, like with my pain and anxiety and everything like that, like I need nicotine. Like giving up nicotine just is not something I can do. I was able to cut back substantially by, you know, switching from cigarettes to vaping, and my smoking related asthma went away when I fucking switched. But, you know, like when I'm stressed, it helps. When I'm in pain, it helps. Like it's not like the same as obviously as like taking my pain medication, but it's still every little bit helps, you know? And when you're dealing with chronic pain, you need every little bit you can get.
That's true.
Tell me about
and
that
you
one.
can take the pain pills slightly less often.
And like, you know, my pain can trigger anxiety in me at times because, you know, when you're in pain and your brain starts reminding you that, yeah, you're going to feel this pain every day for the rest of your life, it's never going to go away, you know, that can be an anxiety-inducing experience.
Oh, yes, it can be. Oh, boy.
And so, you know, I have accepted that I will never, you know, stop using nicotine, but that's okay because it's about harm reduction, and it is less harmful to consume nicotine the way that I do now than it was when I was smoking. And we should be worried about harm reduction as opposed to fucking pushing big pharma products. Or fucking prayer for pain relief. I mean, can praying help someone with their pain? Maybe.
Well,
but,
if you're disposed
you know,
in that direction, maybe. But I don't know, you know.
But, I mean, telling an atheist, you know, oh, just pray, that'll make your pain go away. Or don't think of your pain. Don't think of the word pain. Just pretend like that word doesn't exist anymore. It's like, okay, even if I don't name it, I'm still feeling it, you know?
Yeah.
That's when you take a fork, you stab them in the hand, and say, well, just pray the pain away.
Right?
Oh.
Like, that fucking doctor was a fucking quack. Like, don't get me wrong, you know, like, exercise can help, you know, getting up and moving around. Like, even though it hurts, like, it's better than being completely sedentary. So it's not total bullshit, you know, that exercising can help when, you know, you're dealing with chronic pain, because you can keep your range of motion and keep your strength up. Sure, but, you know, exercise is not the only thing. And when they take away your pain meds and want you to exercise while you're going through fucking withdrawal, and then telling you, don't think of the word pain and pray, like, I lost all fucking respect for them.
Yeah.
I didn't realize there were like the, you know, my cousin was seen there and she had a great experience, but then again, if they were telling her to pray for it, she wouldn't have had any problem with that.
Yeah, for me, I find it's usually more the stretching that helps rather than the exercise part of it.
Yeah, no, I try to stretch every single day because I need to, or I will lose range of motion.
Yeah, same. As whenever I get a flare up, I always try and work the spots where they're getting sore, just to make sure they don't lock up on me.
Mm-hmm. Because that is something, like, that's one of the reasons why I have muscle relaxers, is because I can have really bad spasms and I can have my muscles just lock up on me.
That's one of the things that contributes to my sleep issues, is that sometimes I have to get up in the middle of the night and walk around just to get my legs to cooperate again so I can lay still. I just wind up with my legs cramping up real bad if they're in the same position too long.
Okay, yeah.
I cannot stay in the same position. Like, even though it's more painful for me to lie down on my left side because it's my left leg that's affected, every night when I go into bed, I have a pillow I keep between my legs, and I start the night out laying on my left side, and I'll stay on my left side for a little while, and then I'll roll over to my right side when I start to get drowsy and fall asleep on my right side, because if I fall asleep on my left side, I can't move in the morning.
Yeah, well, it's like I don't have my computer on a desk. That's I sit in my recliner with the footrest up, because then every 10-15 minutes I can put my legs in a different position.
Yeah,
like-
same thing I'll be having for dinner there.
My chair has a little footrest on it, my computer chair, and I basically had Michael build a little cube on rollers, and I've got pillows attached to basically make an ottoman, because the leg rest couldn't support the weight of all my pillows that I need to keep my legs up just so. So I basically have a little wheeling ottoman that is attached to the leg rest on my chair, and there's a bunch of pillows, and I have to have the pillows just right for me to be comfortable.
Yeah, I just go between sitting cross-legged to having my legs straight out to hanging one leg over the side.
That's the kind of thing I wish I could do.
Positions.
The unfortunate thing is with those recliners in the dialysis center, you really cannot shift around.
Yeah.
And I need to shift around after about 2.5 or 3 hours, and it starts getting to me, and nobody gets it, but oh well.
I get that, yeah. If
I
I
get
had
it.
to lay still for 2 hours, that would be extremely difficult.
It would be very painful, and I would be needing someone to literally pick my ass up and get me out of that chair. I wouldn't be able to walk after that.
Mm-hmm.
It's like why I have trouble with long car rides now. I used to not have a problem, and like if I'm driving, it's worse because I'm stuck in that one position. When I'm in the passenger seat, I can turn sideways, I can stretch out by leaning back, I can put my feet up on the dash.
Can you lift your leg and bend into like a bench shape, like you're kneeling in those chairs?
Who are you addressing, me?
Yeah.
I can draw my legs up, close to my chest, and that helps for a while, but even that doesn't get me through the entire session.
Here's something else to do. When you draw your leg up like that, extend it out, sort of like you're kicking, about as high as and straight as you can get it, and just bring it down.
Okay, wait, draw it up, kick out.
Kick out, try and get your leg as straight as you can. It doesn't matter if the height doesn't really matter, as long as you're comfortable with it. And then just lower it back down and straight.
Well, I'll have to give it a try tomorrow morning then.
That should stretch the muscles in the lower part of your leg. And
Okay,
maybe
okay.
it should help with the hips as well, and the hips as well.
Yeah, I mean, that is one thing I don't have to worry about. Like, I am still incredibly flexible. Like, I can put my fucking feet behind my head.
You have ideas?
No, not that I'm aware of.
My kiddo does.
Like, my shoulder does constantly want to pop out of socket, though.
Yeah, my kid has EDS, and they're really hypermobile, and they get dislocations too.
Yeah, I've dislocated my thumb repeatedly. I've dislocated my shoulder. Like, I think I actually fucked up my rotator cuff on my arm because I've dislocated it so many times.
I probably do have it, but I won't let them diagnose me because in Minnesota, if you have an EDS diagnosis, you can just get flagged in the system.
But I do make it a point to stretch every day because I don't want to lose any more mobility than I have with my condition.
Yep.
But I mean, I did years of gymnastics and martial arts and dance. I danced for 7 years. Jazz, tap, ballet, swing dancing.
I think the fact that we knew that my daughter had EDS at 5 probably will help her in the long run because like a lot of kids with EDS they're very hypermobile, so they're very flexible, so they end up in gymnastics and stuff, and then it just kind of makes everything worse.
Yeah.
So I think like knowing we didn't put her in that kind of stuff.
I mean, because literally,
Yeah.
I can sit here and shove my entire ass leg behind my head.
I used to be able to do that when I was little.
Yeah.
When I was a teenager, I could do that. Haven't been able to do it for a very long time.
Honestly, it actually feels better, like, because like all the muscles get really, really tight in my legs, like, and everything wants to like lock up. So stretching like this, I will try to stretch every single day, and it helps. I mean, I can do the other leg too, but touching my other leg hurts. So I'm not going to do that on camera because I don't like grimacing in pain if I can avoid it.
What's fun is my left hand, my index finger, and I think my middle finger a little bit is double jointed, so I can actually bend the finger back, pointing backwards.
So you can't really tell.
Yeah, kind of something like that. Actually, I can do it even more extreme than that. My
Yeah,
index finger.
I can't anymore now that I'm older, but like I used to be able to do it at a much like. It's harder to do it to yourself too. Like it's supposed to be like you're supposed to have somebody else do it to you.
Mm-hmm.
Like this I can't do it to myself, but somebody else can do it to me because I'll stop because it hurts.
So
My arthritis has gotten to the point that on some days I can barely get my index finger to touch
They
my
call this
thumb
the
anymore.
swan.
Oh yeah, okay.
yeah. But right here, like you can tell when you feel it, like my pinky dips in here and it bulges out on this other side. And that's from bullying in elementary school. It was a day that we were supposed to bring a stuffed animal and a book to read. And one of the kids took my stuffed animal and brought it and put it on the back table. So when I went to go grab it, they had set it on a rat trap and it went off and it smashed my finger. So like it curves up at like an awkward angle and like you can feel where it just curves. It's like a bowl right in here.
Yeah.
Oh, doing that swan thing actually feels good on my wrist.
Yeah, I mean, another thing, I'm going to take my headphones off for this because I don't want to drop them, but one thing I'll do to pop my back, let's see if I can make enough room.
Yeah. My left hand, I can still arch the fingers backwards. My right hand, just no.
Mm-hmm.
Get back.
But yeah, I'll take my arms and just tip forward and like gravity pull them like all the way down, and it helps to stretch out my upper back.
I think I just realized we're just talking to ourselves here.
Whatever.
Anyone else left in the chat?
Who cares? We're having a good time.
I think the Clockwork Rex is still hanging out there.
Is anybody else? I'm not watching the chat anymore. Is there a
Well, that kid had been in before Harmonica Man showed up, but I haven't seen him put any notes up for quite a while.
I'm seeing 2 listed watching, and I know I'm there. I'm one of them, so.
Okay, and I'm one of them. But
So-
actually, then again, you can never really tell.
Yeah, that's true. Sometimes that number isn't quite right.
Yeah, because one time I was in the side chat on YouTube and I was having a conversation with 2 other people in the side chat, and the YouTube said that there was only 1 person watching.
Yeah,
Well, maybe you were talking to ghosts.
there you go.
Yeah, talking to.
I'm gonna finish this part of the hat so I can show you guys, and then I'm gonna probably wrap up the sewing because my back is really starting to hurt, like hunched over the sewing machine.
Yep.
Oh boy,
Um,
yeah.
Like I'm starting to feel it in my shoulder blade, in between my shoulder blades up here, and like that's when I know, okay, it's time to take a break. But basically, it's the same process. I basically just make 2 of this and then I sew them together. So it's not complicated, and I'm sewing a lot slower, so it's quieter because if I go fast, it's loud on the mic, and I don't want to disturb anybody.
Yep.
Well, it's getting on to time to think about closing down anyway. It's
Yeah, I
Quarter to
I
midnight
just want to
here.
finish this last
Yeah.
bit.
Yeah, it's about time for me to go here too.
And once midnight hits, I'm only got the Orville's coming up here for me.
yeah, I don't have to be up at 5 a.m. anymore, but I still want to be up by say 7 or 8 at the latest. Because dialysis starts at 10.
I want to sleep in tomorrow. I've been having to get up at least by 7 every day since Saturday here, and that's not.
Yeah.
I'm not a morning person.
I wish I could sleep in, but unfortunately, I don't sleep well in chairs.
I don't either.
I mean, I am so envious of a lot of the kids at the center, because I'll come in and they'll be snoring away in the recliner and all that, and it's like, damn, you can do that. Why can't I? You know.
Yeah, I have to be just completely spent if for me to even doze off in the chair for even 15 minutes.
Hmm. I have fallen asleep there a couple of times, but it doesn't happen often.
Well, when I've been going several days on very little sleep, I've had the occasion of dozing off in a stream a few times.
Nah.
Not one that I was running, fortunately, but a few times on the shills.
Yeah, I've fallen asleep on active streams a few times.
I've seen you fall asleep before.
Yeah, back when Jeff was still alive, I'd occasionally fall asleep on movie night.
Well, yeah, but when Jeff was still alive, movie night often took 8 to 10 hours.
Yeah, we did. Oh,
Alright.
Lord.
I muted so that I could go around it a second time, because that's the problem. Like sometimes your seam allowance isn't perfectly straight when you're sewing on a curve, so I find it's better to go through and sew it and then go around a second time when you don't have to worry about pins or clips being in the way.
Yeah, you could
Because
also.
even if it seemed like you got it, you could have mixed the stitch.
Yeah, that too. Plus, it just gives a sturdier thing in the end. And then the same thing that I did on the bottom, I think I might do as well, where I go and I stitch the seam allowance down because it just gives a little bit more structure to the hat.
Mm-hmm.
Like I basically trim the seam allowance in half, and then I will press it over and stitch it down on the machine.
Well, yeah, I would think especially with a reversible, if you've got too much extra bulk in there, it might get in the way.
Yeah, well, I mean, in the end, like, it ends up being fine because, like, it's getting stitched, you know, to another one. And it works out well. It's like, because, like, the brim looks really floppy, and that's because it is. But once you have two of these with those layers of interfacing together, then it gives it a lot more structure. But the top has almost no structure at all, but that means it's a lot cooler on the head because there's less interfacing there. There's only one layer of interfacing just to give it a little bit of strength and to keep it from stretching out.
Yeah.
But the rest,
Also, you can do like what's in that hat I showed you. That I got, put like a net weave around it too. Give airflow.
And so what I'll do is, I'm not going to bother with it tonight, but I will push the seam allowance so that it is pushed towards the top of the hat. So it's going to be pushed down this way, and then I'll just go over this at 1/8 of an inch from the top and just stitch a line all the way around. And that will, you know, keep the seam allowance from flopping around inside. And it also gives a little bit more structure around the rim of the hat that's going to sit on your head. But this is not really going to fit me because it's meant for a kid. But I'll show you. Alright, this is meant for like a 6 to 10-year-old kid. So in the end, the finished hat is going to be the same size as the other one that I swear I just had it. I was showing it to you guys a minute ago. What did I do with it?
You ate it.
Yeah, maybe. And I must have fucking lost my goddamn mind.
Yeah, the cat carried it off.
Mm-hmm.
It's probably buried in the litter box now.
It's always
I hate when that happens.
it's always a good idea to blame the cat.
Oh, no, I found it.
I checked the litter box, and all I found is the Star Wars sequel trilogy.
So, like, you can tell the difference because in this one I put more interfacing in the top, so the top has a lot more structure. Like,
Yep.
this is very light, and then this is a lot thicker at the top. But in the end, the dimensions are the same for these two hats. It looks bigger, but then it has to get sewn together. Like, the top part is the same, but, like, I'm going to have two that are going to basically get put together, right sides together like this, and then once the other one is done, they'll be put right sides together kind of like this, and then I will stitch around the brim and I will leave a gap about yay big for turning, and then I just will tuck the I'll trim the seam allowance down everywhere but where I'm leaving it out for turning, and then that will get essentially folded in and stitched down, so it's not going to be perfectly curved. Like, let's see if I can find the spot on here. Like, you don't really notice it because, like, it's hard to it was right here, so you can see where it's not perfectly curved. There's like a little bit of a flat area. Like, this is roughly where I left it open for turning. But when you're actually looking at the hat, like, unless you're actually looking at the edge, it's almost impossible to tell where it was. Which is kind of the point. Like, there's another way to put them together where you don't actually close up the side seam until the end, and you essentially leave the side of one of them open and stitch it together that way. But honestly, I'd rather just have the little part in the brim because when you're wearing the hat, you're not going to notice the brim. It's a lot easier, and, you know.
Yeah, it seems like a lot less work that way.
I mean, it's a little tricky getting it just right, but, you know. And then I could even put, like, little snaps on the sides so that you could snap it up and have, like, the little, like, fucking safari hat, you know? Cause
yeah, the Aussie hat.
Looks like a little safari hat. But yeah, no, like, I'm definitely going to make some more of these hats because they're a lot of fun. They don't take a lot of material, like, grand scheme of things. And they're nice, and handmade hats. I can sell them for, I don't know, but I'll probably end up making a hat for the auction. I've already got all the stuff I made for the auction just chilling over here waiting for whenever it happens.
Yeah,
No
sorry
rush.
about that.
No. I'm not bringing it up to make you feel bad. I'm just saying,
No,
I already have
I know
stuff,
you're
and I
not.
got more I've got more time to make more stuff. I just have other stuff that I need to work on for people in my everyday life,
Yeah, well, that's I had made a post to the group last night about that. That's just like, it's been one thing after another. I keep expecting next month will be better, and this whole year, every month we've gotten hit with something new.
Yeah, it's been rough for all of us.
It's like it's been that day every day for the past 3 years.
Yep.
For the queer people, for the LGBTQIA plus people, for the people with uteruses, for the trans people, honestly, they're the ones getting shit on the most right now. The trans people and people with uteruses, but it's gonna be just the general, the gays next.
Yeah.
I was
Which
so
is why
excited.
As much as everybody wants universal health care, I'm kind of against it, because if they can't even make decisions for us as women nationally, then
I'm not sure if I agree with that.
Yeah,
Or
no,
insurance.
I disagree with that, because here's the thing. We're the only first world country that doesn't have universal health care. Every other country has it, and them making decisions legislatively, that is about controlling women's bodies. It has nothing to do with actual health care. And if we had universal health care, then you wouldn't have people losing their homes because of medical debt, or having to work a job that they can't do, either because they're disabled, or because they have a child they need to take care of, or staying at a job that is driving them to want to kill themselves just for the health care benefits.
But people in Canada, that have universal health care, they sometimes have to wait longer just for a procedure because they don't think it's medically necessary.
We
there's
have
wait time, but we have to wait
like
here too.
We don't have to wait 6 months for a heart surgery.
We can.
You can if you can't afford it. If you don't have the money to pay for it, then you die.
Yeah.
Full stop. And
Also, we're
there
paying
is
more.
still private health care. There is still private health care in single-payer countries where if you don't want to wait, then you can pay extra, but your baseline is covered. And usually it's not the heart transplants or the bypasses that are waiting. It's you have a torn meniscus and you have to wait longer for a knee surgery because it's not an emergency. But if you need emergency quadruple bypass surgery, you're going to the front of the line because they're not going to let you just die.
I haven't looked at the statistics, but it's probably pretty rare where people get overlooked.
Yeah.
I don't know. I have a friend that's from Canada, and she's here on a visa, and she got cancer, and she was glad she was here and not in Canada because of the wait time to get care.
There's only
In Canada, it's
25% people who don't like the Canadian method.
Yeah, everybody I know in Canada or in the UK, and the UK is different than Canada. We'd be closer to the Canadian system as opposed to the UK system, because the Canadian system, it's public funds of private institutions, whereas the health service is run by the government in the UK. And honestly, single payer, it would just be, Medicare for all. And if we did it properly, would also increase funding and grants to train up more doctors. And again, you'd still have the option for private health care, but if you couldn't afford it, 45,000 people a year before COVID died because they don't have access to health care that they need.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't think it's going to get better if the government gets involved in our medical insurance, because I think they're going to pick and choose. what
They're already
gonna cover.
involved.
Yeah.
They're
I
already
think it kind
involved.
of depends what level you're looking at it, and I think that, you know, for people at the bottom of the income scale, things can't be any worse than they are.
Yeah, I mean, my parents lost their house because of medical bills, because the VA wouldn't cover my dad's surgery that he needed, and he was the sole provider for our family, and
There
they
you
had
go.
to mortgage their house in order
The
to
VA is the
pay.
government.
Yes, but the
They
VA
don't
has
trust the
been
government.
deliberately underfunded
And for what we're paying.
because they want to privatize it. Like,
Yeah.
it was deliberately done in order to privatize it. Like, the Republicans have this nasty habit of going in and underfunding things and then pointing to it and saying, see, it's broken, it doesn't work. Let's let corporations
Yeah,
do
and
it
what,
instead.
and what we're paying for all these private insurance is actually more than what we'd be paying.
Yeah, we would save money on single payer, and we already pay more than any other first world country for healthcare, and we have worse health outcomes.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well,
but-
and like my ex,
Yeah.
even when she was working for the city, the insurance plan that was available through the city union, the premiums for her and her two daughters would have been 1/3 of her total income. So even though she was working, she couldn't get insurance because she made too much to qualify for Medicaid, but the amount they wanted for the premiums was more than she could afford to pay, because if she's paying that, she couldn't be paying on the house.
Yeah, if I tried to go on the UCare in Minnesota, I would lose all my doctors because I wouldn't be able to leave the state.
Yeah, no, our healthcare system is fucked.
Yeah.
I just don't trust the
Because it's profit
government
motive.
in my health.
Yeah, but here's the thing: it's in a single payer system. It's not as much that it's not the same as like the UK system where all of the hospitals are essentially owned by the government. You would still have private institutions, but it would be public funds. It would basically be like you're on Medicare, but you get Medicare when you're born as opposed to when you turn 65.
Yeah, I'm not sure how it would work, but the thing that you're saying about not being able to leave the state, that if it was one federally funded program, you shouldn't have that issue if you have to see a doctor in another state.
And if there's a specialist that, is in a state, you would be able to then go see it because it would all be under the, covered umbrella.
The problem is that Mayo Clinic is in Minnesota and they do treat my condition, but I would never go there because they're still behind. So like, I probably have to go to Mayo Clinic is a private institution though, so sometimes they won't force somebody to go there because like it's private. It's not a for-profit.
Well, and that is one issue we would have even if we got the universal health care, is that so many of the hospitals are especially owned by religious institutions. So I'm not sure how that would all work out, even if the government was footing the bill.
Well, I mean, it would be like Medicare. I mean, Medicare already pays those hospitals when you go in. It's not the same as like public school funding going to, private religious schools, you know?
Well, then
I have really good health insurance. I work for Starbucks and like even though like right now it's taking most of my income, it's really good insurance.
Well, I was also always a big advocate of single payer because I was self-employed for more than 35 years. And yeah, when you're the only person working for the company, trying to get any kind of health insurance is prohibitively expensive.
Absolutely. Well, it's one thing, like if we don't get our healthcare system fixed, one thing, if I ever like won the lottery that I would do is I would fucking work out a deal with an insurance company and basically just, say, hey, I'm going to, I want bulk pricing, basically.
Yeah.
I find that completely ridiculous. Our healthcare is tied to our jobs.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
I can't work.
It costs like $5,000.
And
Yeah.
that's another advantage of it is that, you know, if we had the universal health care, it would help small businesses with them not having to carry insurance for their
It
employees.
also this also cut down on the whole price gouging of our medicine and like what you're just getting there.
And it would also lead to more innovation and more entrepreneurs because you've got people that might have the next big idea, but because they can't afford to, you know, survive without health care, like they have to stay tethered to a job just to be able to afford their medicine and their doctors.
And that's a big reason why the corporations are fighting it, because it would allow more people to be self-employed and more people to start their own small businesses.
And more people to be discriminating about which jobs they take. Like, it's already, like, they're already pissy because the pandemic showed people just how fucking, you know, miserable they are with their current employment. And
that it's not worth risking my life for $10 an hour.
Even less in some states.
Yeah.
And that's why, you know, it's the market right now is weighted more towards the worker as opposed to the employer.
I know somebody working here in Florida making less than $10 an hour. They're like 9 something.
Yeah, well, the minimum wage in Florida did get voted to go up, but it's basically over a time scale. Like, it's going to take until like 2025 until we get $15 an hour. It's going up like $1 a year.
Yep. And by which time, how much will inflation have chewed into that? So you effectively paying a more than you're getting today.
Well, it's already chewed into it, and if you really wanted to keep up with it, you'd be like paying like $23, 25 cents.
Honestly, yeah. And the reason we're having such an issue with inflation right now is because during the pandemic, to keep the stock market from crashing, the Fed was printing and pumping trillions of dollars a day of liquidity into the market to keep it from collapsing.
Well, flat out, a lot of it right now is just price gouging by the corporations. The corporations are showing record profits while they're complaining about the supply chain issues.
Plus, it's importing too.
Yeah, but that's mostly the price gouging from the corporations, though. Yes, there has been,
especially the oil companies.
Yeah,
I was looking at my electric bill.
Everybody.
Yeah, I was looking at my electric bill, and my electric bill is basically doubled from the same month last year, even though the temperatures were only like 2 degrees higher.
Well, I mean, rising fuel costs will contribute to that.
Yeah.
Yeah, airfare is expensive too.
Well, yeah, that's anything that affects fuel costs, the amount of fuel that the jets use.
I don't want to know what Kate paid for the ticket to go back to Vermont.
we'll find out Sunday.
Yeah. Toga bastone che mette petrato cavallo catiste.
Now, see, all we really need to do is build some huge pipes between the US and Australia, because they're always complaining about their freezing whenever we're complaining about being too hot. You know, so as long as we can have a steady air exchange between the two, we'd both be fine.
There you go.
But Australia doesn't exist, remember?
Australia exists. It's on the bottom side of the flat disk.
Oh my.
I used to know, I know one of the prime ministers down there. Well, she got voted out, but I knew her. They voted her out. But she was good.
that was one place I had thought about running to, but unfortunately nobody wants me anymore. I'm old, I'm sick, I'm poor.
Yeah.
Even if I could get into Australia, they wouldn't take my bird, so I can't really go there.
I mean, I still say you should consider seeking refugee status, considering they're going to come for the trans people after, they're done with women. Like, they're already coming for trans people.
Yeah, I know.
Like, you might be able to get, refugee status in Canada.
Yeah, that's actually starting to. I had been joking for years about somebody in Canada giving me asylum, and yeah, that may start being a realistic thing.
At least in Minnesota, they'll. I think it'll still be okay.
Yeah, well, I think Minnesota is definitely going to hold out for several years longer, at least.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel pretty good about being here, and I worry a lot more about,
A lot of people don't like Waltz, but I'm afraid that if a Republican got back in office in Minnesota,
Yeah, so conservative.
like Paul Inty.
So
Paul Inty's the
conservative.
reason we don't have legalized marijuana.
Yeah. So conservatives hold Pence wanting to create a national ban in abortion. How does that fit into your whole states' rights argument?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's bullshit. It's just like they said, lame duck president shouldn't get to pick a Supreme Court justice, and then before Ruth Bader Ginsburg's body was even cold, they were fucking getting Amy Coney Barrett on the court.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Yeah. And why are they constantly whining, won't someone think of the children, except for the week when there's been a big school shooting?
Or when it turns out that priests have been molesting kids. Priests and pastors.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, yeah, I've got to get off of here anyway, so.
Yeah.
You guys are helping me to get my homework done. I have to turn it in by 1 o'clock.
Okay.
Maybe it's
All
time
right.
to start thinking about wrapping it up. Does anybody have any final words?
Rutabaga?
Don't be a dick. And look out for each other, because we sure as shit can't trust the current politicians to do so.
Those are good words, let me tell you.
Like I said earlier, fucking the Republicans are the fucking shooter, and the fucking Democrats are the Uvalde police.
Yep.
Zizva.
Pretty much.
Zizva is the final word in the
That was
Oxford.
making noise.
Yep, Zizva is the final word in the Oxford English Dictionary.
Oh, okay then.
Z-Y-Z-Z-Y-V-A. It's a type of tropical beetle.
There you
Is
go.
that the kitty that was making the noise?
Oh, making,
Oh, yeah, that's Sylvia.
Sylvia.
Yeah, I could hear him making the trilling.
She wants attention.
Mhm,
From
she's
a
time to go
Tom.
to bed.
And Sammy is very willing to give her the attention.
Mine always tells me when it's bedtime too.
Oh,
You know, I mean,
my.
Sammy doesn't have the parts to actually do anything romantic anymore, but I am sure that he would not have any objection to grooming her.
There you go.
No.
Every time he hears her, he's trying to climb into the monitor.
Yeah, I'll just put my a channel on the side chat here.
There you go.
If anybody,
Okay, and I'll just remind people again that next week, instead of my show being Wednesday at noon, it will be Tuesday at noon.
Make notes, everybody.
Alright.
Yeah, make sure to change the
So,
time
yeah.
for next week only, right?
Yep, next week only, it'll be a day early,
only.
because I've got 3 doctor appointments on Wednesday.
That works. I usually don't have anything going on Tuesday anyway, so.
Okay, and then I will say that I want to thank everybody who's here, and I want to thank everybody who's not here. You guys keep me going, and I hate you for it. But sincerely, if you guys keep liking this stuff, and if I'm alive to do it, I'll still keep doing it. So, we'll
We're
do
still
that.
working on the whole brain in the jar thing so that we can keep you hosting your shows for years after you're dead.
Oh,
Yeah.
for the love of Saint Gulick.
I mean, Disney is taking digital scans of all of the people, and they are using them to recreate their likeness.
Yeah, I mean, that
Yeah.
isn't such an impediment anymore.
Well, yeah, in Disney's hands, I'm kind of worried about that because it means that basically they're going to be able to keep the same group of kids 10 years old for eternity.
Yeah. I bet they wish they could have done that to the original cast of the Mickey Mouse Club.
That's what I see happening, that we're going to have Disney shows that are going to feature the same cast for decades.
Yeah, we'll see that.
Yeah, I remember
Oh,
when all those pop singers were on the Disney show.
Yep.
Alrighty, well, have a good night, everyone.
Okay, good night.
yay. Good night to everybody.
Night.
And
Bye.
as I
Bye.
always say, thanks a lot, troops. See you on the other side.
Bye.
I'm gonna
Bye.